Actually, do we have any senators that have like a piece of paper or something you could write on? Just for public forum? Yeah, can we get that going? All right, for everyone in the audience, if you would like to speak for public forum, we'll have a sheet out and y'all, can just write your name and the reason why you're here. Right now.
Should I wait?
You should. You should definitely. Okay. Are you writing that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, this meeting, let's do the numbers real quick. Yeah, I think we need that. This meeting is being called to order at 6:41 p.m. in the Flying A room by Internal Vice President Pinto, myself. Before we begin, we call for students to acknowledge that the lands at the University of California locations were built upon, were expropriated, and founded upon exclusions and erasures of Indigenous peoples' human rights throughout California. UCSB is built on Chumash land, specifically that of the non-federally recognized Barbareño tribe. As an association that pushes the students' bodies to the forefront, the students' bodies' voices to the forefront, we should aim to make strides past just acknowledgement to those who continue to fight for their right to be recognized and respected as the original stewards of this land. I ask you all to dedicate time and care to personal education and to advocate for justice alongside Indigenous peoples. Also this weekend, if you're interested, the American Indian Indigenous Student Association is throwing an event in collaboration with the College of Creative Studies. It's going to be at the College of Creative Studies Art Gallery from 2 to 5 p.m. and that's going to be the first. I would encourage you all to go and to make connections and also be there to witness beautiful art. All right, we're starting with roll call. Dahlia Gerson. Alexa Butler. All right, I'm just going to say last names, y'all. Senator Lankarani. Present. Senator Iden.
Present.
Senator Lala.
Present.
Senator Kada.
Present.
Senator Suk.
Present.
Senator Corlew. Senator Korsandi.
Present.
Senator Rocio. Senator Yu. Senator McClintock.
Present.
Martinez. Present. Senator Wang. Senator Habas.
Present.
Nice. Senator Brenderson.
Yep.
Senator Wahidullah.
Present.
Senator Amin.
Present.
Senator Siddiqui.
Here.
Senator Al-Khatib.
Present.
Senator Ganesh.
Proxy on the line.
All right, and Senator Singh. All right, we are now moving into excused absences. Senator Korsandi?
Motion to excuse Senator Gerson at 8:30.
All right, there's been a motion to excuse Senator Gerson at 8:30 p.m. Do we have a second, Senator Lankarani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We are now in discussion. Senator Iden?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. Yes, Senator Lankarani?
Motion to excuse Senator Wong for the duration of this meeting.
Motion to excuse Senator Wang for the rest of the meeting. What, for this meeting entirely?
Yes.
All right, for this meeting, do we have a second? Senator Al-Khatib?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Al-Khatib. We're now in discussion. Senator Kada?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Senator Lankarani?
Motion to accept,
The motion still is not passed.
oh, sorry. My bad.
Right. So that is not an objection?
No.
Okay, question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Point of order.
Yes,
The
Senator Iden.
first on a motion can't call the question.
I'm sorry?
The first on a motion can't call the question. It has to be someone else. Oh, I thought I was from.
No,
all right,
it was
got
not. All right, thank you. I forgot what we were at. Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. Do we have anyone else? Senator Al-Khatib?
Motion to bundle and excuse all absences.
All right, there's been a motion to bundle and excuse all absences. Like all absences on the, that have been absent today. I just want to clarify.
Yes.
All right, would you like to rescind your motion and restate?
Yes.
Okay.
I rescind my motion. Motion to, wait,
Yes, Senator Al-Khatib?
motion to bundle and excuse all absences on the agenda today.
All right, there's been a motion, to excuse all absences on the agenda today. Do we have a second? Senator Amin? Seconded by Senator Amin. Do we have? Oh, we are now in discussion. Senator Kadal?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, Seeing none, motion passes to excuse all absences. Motion to excuse all absences. Now moving into acceptance of proxies. Yes, Senator Lankarani?
Motion to accept Dexter Laviolette as proxy for Senator Ganesh.
All right, there's been a. Can you please, somebody know how to spell the last name? Okay, there's been a motion to accept Dexter
Laviolette.
Laviolette, as Senator Ganesh's proxy. Do we have a second? Senator Brennerson, seconded by Senator Brennerson. We're now in discussion. Senator Waidula,
Call the question.
question's been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. Do we have any more proxies coming in today? None? Okay, cool. Should we just get into new business? Yeah, go ahead. You want me to hear from new business? Okay, we're right. All right. Are you okay? It's fine. It's just a charger, man. I'm more concerned about your leg. Yeah. All right. Next. First. Yes. First agenda item, a resolution supporting the ASU-CSB Bike Committee's efforts to secure ILP library bike path. Thank you. Bike path construction funding. I invite Senator Lala and Waidula to talk a little bit about this resolution.
Yeah, so I think this is a particularly important one and one that I would love discussion and as much involvement as possible in. I spoke with the bike committee a number of weeks ago, I think 2 weeks ago, primarily, not solely, but primarily about the construction of the bike path between the ILP and the library, which is something that a lot of students are aware of the lack of and know that it's an extremely important project. And I kind of came in, I was discouraged by some very well-meaning, well-informed colleagues because it just did not really move anywhere last Senate. But I went to speak to them and was very glad to find out that the administration had actually moved in a pretty positive direction here over the last year, that there is a lot more willingness to listen to student voices here, and that this actually has become a plausible project, and that it's now in the stage of needing to secure the funding necessary. It's not exactly clear how much funding will be required, but it seems like it will come out to the tune of the low millions, and to hopefully prevent new lock-in fees from being introduced, because as we all know, we pay exceptionally high ones. It's important that the administration at least matches the funding for the bike path. We're hoping for that to be a 50-50 split, but if you see the language in the resolution is left vague on purpose because it's not exactly clear how it will play out. But this is a simple document that the bike committee can use to know that the elected representatives of this undergraduate population are fully behind them, that we want to see this constructed by, I could be mixing deadlines here, but I think fall of 2027. And we're with them in whichever path of funding they think is most plausible and beneficial to the student body. And I'm willing to engage in any discussion if anyone has any questions.
All right, thank you. Senator Waidula, would you like to add something?
Yeah, sure. I mean, generally, I like to just thank also just Senator Lala for helping to collaborate me on this project. I think it's also, I agree with you, definitely like discuss a little bit more generally on like a lot of the stuff that is presented in the resolution. But I like, as we discussed before about this, I think it's also just a genuine urgent preference to definitely do something in regards to like how to the bike path, like at least in any way support the bike community, whatever way they need, and like as members of the AS, like as our job as senators, I feel like any way possible, I'd always be more than willing to help in regards to that. And pursuing collaborating with him was a good opportunity just to figure out about the things and like helping and like just creating legislation. It was really good thing. Also just to understand overall about like also just being a member of the library community. Just like I heard a little bit already of like feedback when in regards to the bike committee about like things we're working on already and things that were happening, and like it's good to know that like because also my position I can help this as well. And like Senator Lala discussed, hopefully by like pathway we can collaborate on the resolution that we can help this step forward and like supporting whichever way that bike committee needs, just like in funding or resources or necessary to make all bike infrastructure demand as possible. But yeah, that's just my comment. And if anyone else have additional questions or comments, yeah.
All right, I would like to open up the floor for any questions or comments. Senator Iden?
First off, like, great job working with BICOM. This kind of started when me and Lala got to sit on their meeting, and I just want to say, I think it's comical that students are left to pick up after the administration, after like last year, they were leading them on for like what seems like months for them to like get this done after it was such a problem. I almost run into someone every single day at that intersection, so like, seriously, like, to the admin, do a better job. This is ridiculous that students have to fund this partially, if at all, when it's the problem that they created and they didn't think about entirely, and now that students have to pick up the scraps is just ridiculous.
Would anyone on Zoom like to speak? Yes, Senator Lankrani?
I'd like to echo the sentiments of Senator Iden. The fact that there used to be like an intersection and bike path right there, and then the school never put one back is extremely irresponsible on their part, and it is really disappointing that it has to come from the students doing it. Like, I'm glad that the students are spearheading this and we're getting what the students want, but it shouldn't have fallen on us in the first place because they should have put the bike path back. So thank you, Senator Wydula and Senator Lala, for taking this on. If there's any way I can help further, go to meetings and whatnot, I know.
All right, Senator Peterson?
Yeah, again, echoing these previous sentiments, this problem is occurring because of the administration. Of course, they didn't listen to student voices. And they put the car parking lot next to the bike path and the bike parking next to the car path. So there's a little incongruency there. Of course, the ILP bike parking never gets used and the library parking is always overflowing. Yeah, and then to that intersection point, I just, on my walk here, I almost got hit by a biker, which, not ideal. But I do have some questions about this legislation. From what I know, this problem is a bit of a Gordian knot, a lot of issues going on here. And I just want to make sure we're approaching this in the most cognizant way. So for your resolution, your point 2 under the resolve, it says present a report to the 75th Senate upon having a finalized plan with the ASCTSD bike committee. I was just wondering who is going to present this report? Do you guys have contacts within the UCSD administration? Like, is this something that can happen, or is this something like we're asking? Please.
Senator Lala?
I mean, it's maybe binding is not the right term, but this is not just some request, like, please admin come. It is a strong statement that we expect them to be here. It's not a request, that is something more to the tune of a demand. Who would be coming? It would be from the Office of Budget and Planning. It could be the director of the office, whose name is escaping me right now, or whichever public engagement or other officer they decide to come. The inclusion of that, I want to clarify that this was drafted in very close collaboration with the bike committee. There was nothing in here that we just kind of winged and then saw after how they reacted. We wanted to make sure that every part here was in accordance with what they want to see happen. And with that said, it was added as an incentive to get this done quicker rather than later. So to incentivize for them to have completed some kind of agreement on how the split is to be arranged, so that they can come and present to us. And Senator Iden, you're right, you're completely right. And not only is it a moral failing to not have a bike path there and a safety failing, but it's going to come out way more expensive to build one now after there's already a paved walking path there than it would have been to just add the thing in the first place. But, such is life. It seems like it's more effective for me to be nice to them, so I didn't include that in the resolution.
All right, we're still in discussion. Senator Benderson?
Yeah, do you think it would be helpful to add that into the resolution, just say who should give the report and maybe I guess a timeline isn't necessary, but just so this doesn't just go out into the ether and get lost.
Senator Lala?
Yeah, if you want to open the resolution and just add that a report to be given by either the executive director of the Office of Budget and Planning or a representative of the office. I'm really fine with that.
Senator Bernison,
Motion to open a resolution supporting the CSB Bike Committee's effort to secure ILP library bike path construction money.
all right, there's been a motion to open a resolution supporting the ASU-CSB Bike Committee's efforts to secure ILP library bike path construction funding. Do we have a second, Senator Lankarani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We're now discussion. Oh, Senator Al-Khatib,
Call the question?
question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, the motion passes to open a resolution supporting the ASU-CSB Bike Committee's efforts to secure ILP library bike path construction funding.
How does this work? I like. motion to,
Yeah, you would motion, to amend. Yes, Senator Bernison,
Motion to amend a resolution supporting the CSB Bike Committee's efforts to secure ILP library bike path construction.
I mean, that's already been established. What part would you like to amend?
Under there be resolved. Number 2. A member of the, or a representative of the. Senator Law, you invite me.
Yeah, if I could just,
Senator Lala, go ahead.
if I could just have edit access, I just requested it.
Yes, okay. Can someone please pass this to Carly? It's okay, we're passing the vote with it. Senator Lala,
If you want to rescind the motion, I can,
oh,
you know,
Senator Bernison? You would like to rescind your motion? Okay. Thank you. Senator Lala,
motion to amend the second clause, second therefore clause from present a report to the 75th Senate about upon having finalized a plan with the ASU-CSB Bike Committee to request that the Associate Vice Chancellor for Budget and Planning or a representative of the Office of Budget and Planning present a report to the 75th Senate upon having finalized a plan with the ASU-CSB Bike Committee.
and you expect me to repeat that? All right, there has been a motion to amend, the second therefore clause from present a report to the 75th Senate upon having finalized a plan with the ASU-CSB Bike Committee to request that the Associate Vice Chancellor of the Office of Budget and, all right, I'm gonna let you write it.
Boom.
To request that the Associate Vice Chancellor of Budget and Planning or representative of the Office of Budget and Planning present a report to the 75th Senate upon having a finalized plan with the ASU-CSB Bike Committee. Do we have a second? Senator Lankarani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We're in on discussion, Senator Cadal.
Call the question?
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. All right. Should we close it up? Do we feel, Lala, I mean, yes. Are you ready to close, y'all? Senator Waidula?
Motion to close resolution supporting the ASU-CSB Bike Committee's efforts to secure ILP library background.
All right. Yes. There's been a motion to close the resolution supporting the ASU-CSB Bike Committee's efforts to secure ILP Library Bike Path construction funding. Do we have a second, Senator Kadam?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kadam. We are now in discussion. Senator Lankarani?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. Yay, it's closed now. I would recommend that someone motion to pass if they feel like this is ready to pass today. Senator Waidula?
Motion to pass resolution supporting the ASU Bike Committee's efforts to secure ILP Library Bike Path construction funding.
All right, there's been a motion to pass a resolution supporting the ASU-CSB Bike Committee's efforts to secure ILP Library Bike Path construction funding. Do we have a second, Senator Lankarani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We are now in discussion. Senator Kadam?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, we have to vote now. We will be voting via hand vote. Those online, please use the hand raise to vote. All right. Hands up for yes. No? Abstentions? All right, just like that, motion passes. Thank you everyone for your work. All right, now moving into a resolution implementing the president's executive order that was sent out the 21st of January, 2025, authored by Senator Waidula in conjunction with Senator Siddiqui. You have the floor.
Okay. Just wanted to make a little bit of few smaller comments, I guess. It was a great opportunity just collaborating with the Attorney General in regards to this project. I mean, I think just from hearing personal experiences from multiple of my friends and everything, we're all talking about the Los Angeles community and stuff that they're going to require, like, they feel a little bit just like to provide a lot of support in regards to financially, academically, and just like transparency and overall. And I thought like I was also like the previous resolution as a position as a senator, I want to help any way I can in regards to like just helping a lot of people that I care about. And I thought also as just a good opportunity to help, I guess, in regards to the accessibility I feel like in between AS and one of the community and for UCSB. And this I feel like is a great takeaway or a big initiative in regards to just showing that we care about a lot of the students on campus and like we're affected by a lot of the fires and just like the fires in general and everything. And overall, the project is specifically entitled some of the key takeaways are just the academic support by allowing a lot of the people attended to help with their attendance flexibility and academic resiliency for students affected by the wildfires, financial resource assistance by like overall we're forming a task force to coordinate relief efforts and putting monetary aid for the housing support, transparency overall about where we're putting a lot of the needs and the fundings, because a lot of the organizations basically do want to help a lot of people on the side, but you don't really know necessarily where to go to or like where to put the money into. And I think that's a good way to just make hands like a centralized area for people to see that. And also just like overall showing that we do care about just a lot of the things happening in the community. And I've seen a lot of just like overall community support. I mean, a lot of like social clubs, cultural clubs, and I see a lot of them doing so much work to help just a lot of the multiple people that they're in their clubs and everything. And I feel like just showing them where they can like what a lot of their initiatives and fundraisers to, and we can all just connect together and help us in a great initiative in regards to that. And I do also want to thank Senator Siddiqui helping me like collaborate with this project as well. He also really helped me a little bit as well too, and I really appreciate that also. And yeah, overall, I do appreciate just like collaborating, working together, guys, in this initiative, and hope that it can help a lot of the people in the community as well. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. Senator Siddiqui, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, this was pretty much, entirely written by the Attorney General. So shout out to him. Also shout out to the Attorney General and the President for the initial executive order that they worked on together. This is just procedural place. Thank you to the first and Waidula for your work on this and allowing me a second.
All right. We are now in discussion if anyone has any questions, comments, concerns. Motions. Senator Al-Khatib?
Motion to pass a resolution supporting the, motion to pass a resolution implementing the president's executive order, January 21st, 2025.
All right, there's been a motion to pass a resolution implementing the president's executive order from the 21st of January on 2025. Senator Canal,
Second.
seconded by Senator Canal. We are now in discussion. Senator Lankrani. Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, now we have to vote. So hands up for a yes.
Hands up.
I see. All right, no. Abstentions? All right, motion passes. Yay. Thank you so much, and please keep us updated, as things go. All right, now moving into, should we just? We'll now be going into old business. We'll now be moving into old business. First being a bill to dissolve the AS Public Safety, yes, Senator Iden?
Could I motion on a resolution in the new business first? And we can swing back to it later.
All right, is there a reason why you're motioning this on now?
Yeah, I had to have some discussion with our Director of Finance and Budget. It's about our digitized on our area.
Oh, okay, period. Can you send me that piece of legislation, Senator Iden?
Yes, it's under the email chain.
You already did? All right, there's been a motion to add, a resolution reaffirming the commitment to the infrastructural upgrades of the AES financial systems. Do we have a second? Senator Siddiqui?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Siddiqui. We're now discussing. Senator Kadal.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes to add a resolution reaffirming the commitment for infrastructural upgrades of the AES financial systems onto new business. All right, we'll get into it then. Senator Iden or Siddiqui? Senator Iden, you can go ahead.
So FTE has been talking about this with Michael for a long time. He sent us a demo regarding Tipalti, which is a module that we integrated within MIP. And so basically what this resolution is doing is just reaffirming our support of the implementation of MIP as well as supporting Tipalti. For fiscal impact, it's going to be a $3,000 setup and an annual license fee of $5,500. Each transaction will be $1. This is coming out of the professional fees account. So this is our pro staff's budget. Other than that, this is basically kind of the foundation that will be digitized on Auraria, which will be coming with MIP, which is a huge step forward in my opinion, and I'm super stoked about.
Woo! Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about this piece of legislation because it means soon no more checks. This will, as Senator Iden just said, it'll allow honoraria to be transferred via ADP, which is automatic direct payment. So that whichever bank account you're registered with, it'll make things so much easier in terms of the disbursement for honoraria. Senate leadership will be getting emails every single day about people not getting their checks for months and months. I'm really excited to see this technology be developed by our wonderful professional staff and see it hopefully incorporated by next year, but if not next year, the year after.
All right, we're now discussion if anyone has any questions or anything they would like to add. Or motions they would like to make. Senator Goodall.
Motion to pass a resolution reaffirming the commitment for infrastructural upgrades of Associated Students' financial systems.
All right, there's been a motion to pass a resolution reaffirming the commitment for infrastructural upgrades of AES financial systems. Do we have a second, Senator Lankrani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankrani. We are now discussion. Senator Khatib,
Call the question.
question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, we now move into a vote. All right, hands up for yes. No. Abstentions? All right, motion passes. Yay. I don't want to use my gavel anymore. I want to use this thing, so you're gonna be hearing weird noises. Oh, thank you for adding that on, Senator Martinez, making things a lot easier for me. All right, Now moving into old business, if no one has anything else to add. First agenda item under old business being a bill to dissolve the AS Public Safety Commission and the AS Student Initiated Recruitment and Retention Committee, brought on by Senator Siddiqui, in collaboration with Senator Singh. Senator Siddiqui, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. I covered it a lot last week. It's just freeing up two currently inactive VCUs and giving their resources and their funds to other organizations who need it. I did actually want to make a few amendments to the bill, which I discussed with the CCO and some other people in terms of the assets for both the Public Safety Commission and CERT. So for Public Safety Commission, they have apparently, or CERT does, they have something called an AS van that we pay $4,000 a year for. And like, it's just a big van in Lot 8 apparently.
Big
So
van.
what I discussed with the CCO is that we think the best path forward is to give ownership to the IVP's office and then allow the CCO to work on a long-term plan for how to use the van in years to come. In the interim, the IVP office will be able to use the van for, any type of retreats or staff meetings that they may need to have. Other than that, there was, I believe, I don't remember specifically what material the Public Safety Commission had, but I also want to make an amendment to transfer all of their assets to the UPLA office. Other than that, that should be it for minutes.
All right. We're not discussion. Senator Bennison?
Yeah, the public safety committee has like emergency kits and some t-shirts. And the part also had that.
Nice. On Zoom, does anybody have anything to add? Great. All right, we're still in discussion. Senator Lala?
How is the allocation of ownership of each of those two parts decided? Was it who needs it more, or is there any process there of how it's passed along from one AS entity to the other?
Senator Siddiqui?
Is this for the van?
Primarily, but also the UPLA stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about like, besides the van, honestly, for Public Safety Commission, I was just giving it to the EBPLA office because that's where the VCU originates from. For the AS van, our CCO David specifically wanted to come up with a plan for it, and the CCO is in the IVP's office, so I figured it just made sense to transfer it there. Because he's the only person I spoke to about the plan.
Senator Lala?
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you know which AS office has the most employees currently? Maybe that'd be a part of the process of deciding who gets the van.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I don't know, but I think that, David, our CCO, said that he wanted to come up with a long-term plan for the van to be used by all students on this campus, so maybe it doesn't necessarily have to be kept within AS or given to any exec. But yeah, I think honestly, I'm just gonna wait for David's recommendation.
Senator Martinez?
Maybe, wait, it's a dumb suggestion, probably, makes no sense.
No
but
suggestion is a dumb suggestion.
maybe the van could be used to, help students with like actual like physical movable disabilities and people who have broken their like, I don't know, legs or something to move around campus easier. I mean, I know we have some little parts, but yeah.
Those carts are the most feasible and also move around campus the easiest.
Yeah.
If we were to have a van, that would run into the issue where we would not be able to drive students exactly to the building that they need to be in. But it's a good idea. All right, anything else? All right, Senator Siddiqui?
Motion to open a bill to dissolve the AS Public Safety Commission and the Student Initiated Recruitment and Retention Committee.
All right, there's been a motion to open a bill to dissolve the AS Public Safety Commission and the AS Student Initiated Recruitment and Retention Committee. Do we have a second, Senator Benderson? Seconded by Senator Benderson. We are now discussing. Senator Kada.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Send.
All right, seeing none, the bill is now open. Senator Siddiqui?
Motion to amend the bill and add a therefore clause that states, therefore be it enacted by the Associated Students in the 75th Senate Assembled, all assets, properties, or other services of the Public Safety Commission shall be placed in the trust of the EVPLA office.
I'm gonna wait for that to be typed out first. There's a- All right, there's been a motion to add a therefore clause. That reads as follows, therefore be it enacted by AS in the 75th Senate Assembled. All properties, services, and assets of the Public Safety Commission shall be entrusted with the to the EVPLA office. Do we have a second? Senator Kada?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kada. We are now discussing. Senator Brinderson? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
It's-
All right, seeing none, that passes and that is now, it has now been amended. I really like doing this, you know? This is the best thing someone has ever gifted me. AG Carlson, are you looking for the public forum list?
Yeah, you have it already?
Yeah, I do have it already.
Oh, I made it.
Right, but we already have one.
Thank
And we have it with a back, so you don't need something else to write it on. So,
Getting a flip on and put this crazy out. That's it.
it's probably. I don't know.
I have to have like, it's electronic.
Oh, I only write notes on my, because then I don't. Senator Siddiqui?
Motion to add a therefore clause that states, therefore be it enacted by the Associated Students in the 75th Assembled, the AS ban and all properties, services, and assets of CERC shall be entrusted to the IVP office for the CCO to come up with a long-term plan to utilize them.
All right, there's been a motion to add another therefore clause that reads as follows, therefore be it enacted by AS in the 75th Senate Assembled. The AS van and all property, services, and assets of CERC shall be entrusted to the IVP office for the CCO to come up with a long-term plan to utilize them. Do we have a second? Senator Kada?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kada. We are now in discussion. Senator Lankarani?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Objection.
Oh, Senator Iden?
I'm just curious about, just the wording of assets, if that, because that implies funding in a way.
Okay, sustain. Senator Siddiqui?
CERC has no budget.
Okay, it's just circuit something.
Would you like to rescind your objection? Okay. Nice. So now we are still in discussion. Well, no, we go back to discussion. Yeah, we're back in discussion. Senator Siddiqui,
Call the question.
question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right. Motion passes to add that therefore clause. If this is bringing me joy, y'all, we just gotta go through with it. Senator Siddiqui?
Motion to close a bill to dissolve the AS Public Safety Commission and the AS Student Initiated Recruitment and Retention Committee.
All right, there's been a motion to close a bill to dissolve the AS Public Safety Commission and the AS Student Initiated Recruitment and Retention Committee. Do we have a second? Senator El-Khatib?
Second.
Seconded by Senator El-Khatib. Do we have any? What? Hold up. I got lost. We are now discussion. Senator Waidullah?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Yes.
All right, seeing none, we now move into a vote. Right. Oh, right, no, motion passes, my bad, my bad. It is now closed. Yay. Senator Siddiqui,
Motion to pass a bill to dissolve the AS Public Safety Commission and the AS Student Initiated Recruitment and Retention Committee.
all right, there's been a motion to pass. Oh, sorry. There's been a motion to pass, a bill to dissolve the AS Public Safety Commission and the AS Student Initiated Recruitment and Retention Committee. Do we have second, Senator Lankarani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We are now in discussion. Senator Kara,
Call a question.
question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Yes.
All right, seeing none, we now move into a vote. All right, hands up for yes. I'm gonna start at 16. All right, hands up for no. Abstentions? All right, just like that, motion passes. Thank you, everybody. Now moving into a resolution to update Article 6 of the AES Constitution, with amendments. I invite Senator Siddiqui, Senator Iden, and Lala to possibly talk about this piece of legislation. Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I do want to speak on it, but I want to defer to the other authors first.
All right.
So basically these changes that were made, are we on,
Yes,
The
Senator Iden.
VI right now?
Yes.
So this is a big discussion to go back into. We had a long meeting with AG Carlson, I believe it was last Thursday. So this was the discussion we had regarding the seat makeup. One of these points was about like making it back into a like yearly, like depending on what year we were in. I wasn't a huge fan of that suggestion. I do like this, the way the state of the bill is now. I'm still not the hugest fan, like I'm still like iffy on the senators at large, depending on like their roles and their obligations, as well as the transfer senator gaining another seat, just depending on the percent of the population they make up is so small and the representation isn't as equitable compared to like other students. But this bill is definitely open to suggestions. I think this will probably be the longest discussion of tonight. So looking to hear some other voices as well.
Thank you. Senator Lala, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I want to thank both of you for the openness to amend this yourselves and, you know, not going through this process on the Senate floor itself. I think that shows real professionalism and open-mindedness. And also thank everyone who engaged in the discussion last week. I thought it was the most engaged and most productive we've been as an institution as a whole. I hate to disagree with the second, but I think that this is pretty close to completion because of the work that we all did together. Obviously, my card's on the table. I was supportive of this. This is basically option D from what we voted last week, which gathered the most support of all the options that were present. So I think it's pretty close to completion.
All right, thank you. Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I just want to really thank Senator Iden and Senator Lala for their work on this, especially Senator Lala. I decided to add Senator Lala because I thought he contributed a lot to last week's discussion, really helped shape this piece of legislation. So huge props to the both of them. I will be honest, I do share the same sentiments as Senator Iden when it comes to the general senator position or senators at large. However, I overwhelmingly think that the changes being made in this bill as a whole are going to be transformative to the student body. I think another thing that we also added an amendment in the meantime is we're specifically designating the internal vice president's office to be the main executive office that works on academic issues with the executive vice chancellor, David Marshall, as well as the academic senate. After our conversation with the attorney general, we determined that made the most sense because the collegiate senators are within the Senate and have that IVP legislative branch relationship. Other than that, there's no real amendments or changes from what we put on the floor last week, but that's all for my comments.
All right, thank you. We're now in discussion. Senator Bredesen?
Where did this, I mean, I love the president as much as anyone, but where did this increase to presidential veto to 3/4, from 2/3 to 3/4 come from, and why wasn't this talked about last week?
Senator Iden?
I'm like stealing Dan's thunder right now. We talked about this in the meeting, but like how it's set up now is like if we pass something as a Senate, it's 2/3. But the president could veto, but we could override it with 2/3. So it doesn't, there's not really a check and balance there. It's just like whatever the Senate wants. So we're trying to make it a little harder.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, to add on more context, so like there's different vote allocations for everything we want to pass, right? So like organizational or directional resolutions is 50% plus one. So in those instances, I think the president's veto makes sense because it's like, you know, you need a large number of senators, 2/3 to actually be able to override that veto. However, if you look at the majority of legislation we pass, which is either bylaws changes or positional resolutions, both require a 2/3 majority of the Senate. So the president's veto right now is literally useless. So this is just fixing that.
Senator Iden?
I do wanna. Sorry, I just noticed there was a change in the legislation. Are we keeping the 4 letters and sciences senators? Or are you removing them? Because originally there was a strike there just now. Whoever's editing. On the legislation, there was 4 and it was crossed out. Are you keeping 4 letters and sciences?
Okay. Nice. I would like if everyone could open this up and review it, just to see how they feel about things. I know last week we went back and forth a lot about the distribution of representatives. I just want to make sure everyone is in mutual understanding. Senator Iden?
If there's no more discussion on this item, is everyone open to passing it right now?
We better find out the vote. Senator Burton?
Where does it say that when we vote for legislation that it's
If you look under section 4, duties and powers. Go to J. The override veto, that's where that change is being made. You see that?
right, but
Yes, Senator Henderson?
the there's a what you said that this is to override legislation.
Take the whole laptop, whole thing. I think food makes us calmer as a Senate. I feel like everyone today is chilling compared to last week, which is great. Senator Iden?
Motion to pass a resolution to update Article 6 of the Associated.
I have my hand up.
I rescind my motion.
Senator McClintock?
I just had a quick question. I know last week we were talking about just like the on-campus housing center position as an incentive to get like freshmen involved. Is there any kind of consideration for that on this specific outline, or am I just not seeing it?
I believe that has been removed. And now it is just in 8 senators at large seats, but the authors can obviously clarify. Senator Lala?
I don't know, we explicitly spoke about the on-campus spot being an incentive for first years to run. I mean, maybe that's been the case. But again, the historical record has shown that that incentive has been pretty weak because we have not filled that spot. Now, it's a completely legitimate question how this proposal deals with that. And we aim to do that by, one, even though there was people there were senators, myself somewhat included, who wanted to shrink the Senate to a leaner institution. We maintained a broad enough general category so that people can still feel incentivized to run for something without having a specific qualification or meeting some kind of constituency. And secondly, you have the collegiate route, which we maintained at 4 people at the letters and sciences level, even if there was some consideration of lowering that, precisely so people will have enough spots to feel like they can get involved. So the incentive was okay on paper, never worked out in reality. So we tried to restructure it in a way that will fill these seats essentially.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to hear your explanation for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McClintock. Senator Iden?
I would also even be open to taking out 2 seats from at large and having them be on campus, because I do think there is an important role in ad hoc committees for getting people who are younger into Senate. I mean, we have 5 positions being filled today by on campus. I think that's totally doable if we put more effort into it earlier in our careers of senators. But just an idea, I'm floating that out there.
Right. Senator Brenderson?
I kind of like that idea.
All right. Senator Mead?
Okay, I like everything and I really love the edits to this. My one concern is my same concern from last week. Having senators at large, I think makes your job unspecific. And so as long as we make an effort to make all of their roles specific later as they become senators, I'm with it. But I'm nervous. If that makes any sense. I yield.
Senator Siddiqui?
I know that last time Attorney General Carlson and now Judge Zaw shared that they wanted to give their inputs on the selection of senator seats. So I just wanted to invite the Attorney General, if you want to render an opinion on this.
Damn, you inviting him to say that?
Or requesting the chair.
Come to the podium.
Good evening, everybody. I think in terms of input, anybody and everybody who has like kind of seen the Senate work should feel totally, they think they should be the ones to kind of be invited at the table. Senator Martinez himself think to like get us into a room together, because I think our input is valuable, right? So I think we need to review something. That's my first input. When it comes to senator makeup, I would advise that you make that some senators in the room are kind of wary about having competitive spots and uncompetitive spots. And in order to avoid having people run for the non-competitive seats, and granted they're all competitive, you're going to be running against your peers, but a pool of 8 positions that you could be running for, and 10 people are running, means you guys all know the tying your shoes and bear analogy, right? You only have to run faster than the guy next to you, right? If the goal is to make sure that you're getting like the cream of the crop, then you want to make sure that each seat is as competitive as possible. And so instead of doing senators at large, I would advise that the 8 are split up into class makeup, freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, or first year, second year, third years, fourth years. You can lump in the 4th years and 5th years as well. You could increase the size of that pool by 1 if you wanted. The idea is that you're going to get very set amount of senators or students running for each position, which maximizes the number of the competition of each position to its most completed form. And you can prioritize the quote unquote freshmen and sophomores as givens. You can reserve those spots for nominees from RHA, so that RHA would be able to elect among their own who are already representatives in the capacity that they were voted in by the students they represent, which includes cohorts of up to 600 to 1,200 students per representative potentially. And what that means is RHA could always have a seat at the table, and that connects you to a pool or a government that sits on a budget of over $200,000 a year. That connects you to a government that already represents on-campus student officials, students at large. And that could be a way that you ameliorate the issue of having a freshman senator. And you could just say an RHA, Senate liaison that'll come in and have voting power. And you could put that in the Constitution, and that could be crucial to opening up outreach and collaboration with our other campus partners. And that's what I would recommend that first at the very top of the list is please include a full clause about RHA. And please consider class breakdown instead of random constituency or arbitrary constituency matters. On this constitutional one specifically.
Just to clarify, academic standing is not reflective of how many years you've been on this campus, but by how many units you've completed within your major.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. I was a senior as my winter quarter of freshman year. And therefore, I would recommend that your first, second, third, and fourth years are the ones that you consider or prioritize, and not freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, and instead do by the year that they're here. It's very easy to do that. You could do that as well by number of quarters completed at UCSB instead of inherited units, for example. If you went to a different university, had all those units on hand at the ready. Those are all things that you guys can consider. First, second, third, fourth, or number of quarters completed. It's a little bit harder of math, but the registrar will compute it for you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Lala?
Before you go, I have a question.
Are you open to questions?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Senator Mead?
See what you're saying, I agree. Do you not see any benefit of actually asking? Do you not see a benefit in having a big position of this where you can run and feel some safety and so that people will then feel more comfortable running in the first place? Instead of having people that just don't run and don't get it.
When I served as an off-campus senator, I felt no more like allegiance to the students on campus than I did off campus. So I do reconcile that with you. My constituency, it didn't particularly dictate to me how I would advance my advocacy. Because I was routinely in touch with students who lived on campus and with students who lived off campus. And so my goal was to advance both of their goals at the end of the day. An issue with that, though, is that I kind of felt like I was one of the few members who did that in the first place. And so I don't think having like a safe option is particularly useful. I think you choose to run and you fit into this category. Therefore, you will run for that constituency and hopefully you'll get students who are incredibly passionate about certain issues. You either have constituencies or you don't, right? You either make all of them general positions or you make them as competitive and as strict as possible. And I think doing a hybrid style of either one kind of defies the point of either one. And so just kind of pick a mule and kind of stick with it. But absolutely, like I've listened to your sentiments in the past about how you have wanted to, you don't discriminate against the student that you represent. Everyone's worth is worthwhile of your help. It's very commendable and it should absolutely stay that way. It's just when it comes down to like the text on paper, what are we going to do with the Constitution? Be as specific as possible is what I would recommend. Thank you. Remember, RHA.
Chair,
Yes, Senator Law?
can I go back and forth just a little bit?
I'll allow it.
Appreciate it. AG, we have elections in spring, do we not?
Yeah.
So for the first year spots, do you want them to run for office here before their prom or in between their prom and their graduation when they're in high school? How is that gonna work?
So absolutely, you're absolutely right. I don't expect them to have any interest in running for student government in college that they might have just been admitted to. I think, in my opinion, that's why RHA is so crucial, because RHA doesn't discriminate against freshmen or sophomores or any other class standing that might be existing on campus. And so for me, the RHA seat is invaluable. I had served on RHA as a representative at large, and I served my constituents in a way in two different procedures, in the Santa Rosa Res Hall, as well as the RHA Council at Large. And we got a lot of stuff done in our tenure. And I think that if you guys opened up a spot in your constitution that invited RHA members to attend, whether it be, and this would create creating two nominated spots, one that would be seated at the table with voting rights, and the second that would be like a proxy, so that the RHA will make sure that they can always send somebody no matter what. And you recognize that constitutionally so that you can show them and read it and say, hey, this is how it's done.
Sure. Okay,
RHA will guarantee freshmen and sophomore on-campus representation in the AS Senate.
sure. Maybe my question wasn't fully communicated. I get your train of thought, but my question was not facetious. I mean, literally, for someone to be, if we have elections in spring of, let's say, spring of 24, and there's some kid named Billy somewhere in Southern California right now, in high school, who is interested in being, he's just gotten admitted to UCSB. He's gonna be here next year. He is in high school when we're running this year. And there's no way of ensuring that he will be on there unless we have this strange loophole that there's only one position of the entire elected institutions of this association, only one position that is not decided by the elections that we carry out in spring, which I just straight up do not understand. I think this does not have to be an issue at all. I think we got rid of constituencies for one aspect where it didn't make sense, because I fully agree with you that I'm an off-campus senator, just as you were an off-campus senator last year. I feel no particular allegiance to either one. The resolutions that just passed the week prior and the one before that were, neither of them were actually off-campus projects. They're both on campus in one way or another. The collegiate ones are ones where you have direct input, and it seems entirely clear that you should be representing the constituency of your college. So I think we've litigated this over and over. And then the other issue is, why get another governing institution tied into our governing institution when we already have a structure, and it seems like it'll make it twice as complex. So I know that's three questions in one, but I'm just not with you, I suppose.
So Senator Lola, I actually think that the magnitude and number of your questions actually is incredibly important, because it kind of implies the need, the necessity for a form of a quote unquote convention, so you guys can actually reach a consensus, because you guys have discussed this and debated it back and forth. Mingjun and I toyed around with the idea of a constitutional amendment where elections would occur in fall, allowing for you to train yourselves over the entire year and then be super hyper productive in summer when all your constituents are away, when you don't have to worry about classwork, and you could just lobby all of the chancellors who are here, right? And that way you could always make sure that there's enough freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors on the campus, right? It's been in spring because it's the end of the year. Functionally, I haven't really particularly seen that much of a difference. Everybody complains that they're not trained. Everybody complains that they don't have enough input. We've all had how to write legislation trainings. We've all had intros to parliamentary procedure trainings. I think at the end of the day, it just comes to like vision, like whether or not you want to be a visionary. And for all your questions, I think you guys just got to schedule more time and just review it. There's a lot of issues at stake, not even just in this article, but in general, where you guys would significantly benefit from just getting more years on it.
Okay, two things. Us having our season, so to speak, in summer would mean one thing concretely, that there would be minimal student representation. I mean, students outside of this body in it. It reminds me of when one party wants to pass through a particularly contentious appointment, and they just wait for recess so they can just shuffle it through procedurally without bringing it to the Senate floor. I mean, at the federal level. Secondly, we fully appreciate you and Mingjun's input. I think we've shown that throughout the year. At least I hope so. I individually absolutely do. But you spoke with Senators Iden and Siddiqui on this, and the most important thing is that we had the elections board chair here last week who told us to please wrap this mess up by this week. As far as I'm concerned, the deadline for passing this, we're kind of honor bound to it because we were requested and at least gave the indication that we would complete this by today, is to complete it today. So I guess it's up to us whether we think that the way it currently is fine, or whether we need even more discussion about it.
Senator Iden?
I just want to say, I'm kind of getting more on board with the idea of the class breakup. I'm just trying to think about the the intricacies of the RHA and the wording of that, I think we could definitely work it on during the meeting, but I also like the idea of making every position competitive, then we don't have to deal with people getting lumped into like an off-campus position type deal where everyone can, they're kind of guaranteed.
All right, G. Carlson.
Concluding thing, it's just, I would recommend everybody in the room to remind themselves of when they were included or incorporated into the discussion about constitutional amendments. And consider the timeline by which these amendments were written, drafted, and now introduced to the Senate floor and expected to be passed. Senator Lala, the self-imposed deadlines are only there because of Chair Hansen's request, because the body is interested in having winter special elections. Those are completely optional. They don't need to have them. Constitutional amendments, historically, like I have drafts from previous Senates about constitutional amendments they wanted made that are now coming back, right? These are things that can take multiple years to ultimately enact. And so I would just suggest more review is entirely necessary. I will be speaking later on more constitutional amendments, so I don't, just for this one specifically, you know, maybe it can wait till spring, especially since, I don't know, you have all the time in the world. So, thank you.
Period. Senator Siddiqui.
Yeah, just a few quick points. I do disagree with the Attorney General. I was the Senate liaison, or technically still am, for Elections Board. And I think having a winter special election is crucial. If we don't pass these amendments in winter, these changes don't go into effect until spring 2026. Meaning, like, it's over a year from now. These changes, if they're not passed in winter, will not be able to go into effect reasonably soon enough. Going off of what Senator Iden was saying, I do like the idea of potentially breaking it down by unit level or by class level. The one issue that I have is that I think that when we think about constituencies, I think that if you have, you know, collegiate senators or like transfer senators or like international senators, the constituency that they're representing and their issues are so much more, you know, apparent than like, for example, I don't know if I'm articulating this correctly, but like, you know, think about saying like, oh, you know, let's talk about transfer students issues versus like sophomores issues. You know, it's not really an adequate comparison. A lot of those other constituency seats have issues that are very specific to their constituency, where if we break it down by grade level, I'm not sure if we would exactly see that. However, I do like the idea of just dividing it up more than general senators, and I agree with the Attorney General's kind of line of thinking, which is like we either do you know, constituencies or we don't. I think it's all or nothing, but I think it should be consistent with workload across the board. I guess one thing I would just say is that if we do end up doing the class breakdown, I think as a Senate, when we plan on introducing bylaws requirements for these new senators, we should really think about, you know, what we want these senators to be doing by grade level, because I do struggle to think about like student-specific issues per, you know, the amount of units you completed.
Senator Amin.
I have an idea, I'm open to criticism, but we can kind of split it up and do almost both. So instead of 8 seats at large, we would turn it into like 1 seat per grade. Obviously, that wouldn't include freshmen, so it would just be sophomore, junior, seniors. Or I guess freshmen, sophomore, and juniors. So 3 seats, and then you just subtract that from the 8. If that makes any sense, I can explain that again.
Senator Lala.
I think we understood that. I don't know if I agree at all. The idea behind the centers at large is precisely to ensure that, look, I think there's zero relation between having this category and maintaining the collegiate one. We are an educational institution at the end of the day, which is split into a few colleges. If you're going to keep this other one, which I think it's only logical to separate from the one I just mentioned, you either get rid of all of them, or you have to keep either in the order that it is now, or you have to ensure broad representation in these ways that just don't work. For example, Iden's idea of keeping only on-campus seats. Why just on campus? What about the university owned off campus, which we just forget that exists? Why do they not have a representative insured and then the on-campus ones do? How possibly do we have representation for 75% of the student body, so sophomore, junior, senior, but just leave the first years out, who historically and logically are the ones most left out because they're fresh onto campus? And there is no way of structuring it so that they're included in elections, because again, they're in high school. My most important thing, and I hope I can communicate once and for all, this generally has to be a failure of communication on my end, is that the senators at large position, precisely by being broader, strengthens it in a way that we don't have now, opens people up to focus on the things that matter most. I don't see that as a weakness at all. And to the Attorney General's point, that experience matters, absolutely it matters, and the people who have been in this association the longest get a very strong say. I didn't hatch this idea out of nowhere. I was just sitting in my room and I was like, oh my God, this would be fun to argue about with my colleagues. I had conversations about this with pro staff who insisted that this is the best way of moving forward. And I think it clearly is, of getting rid of distinction where it makes no sense, where it hinders our operations, and maintaining it at the collegiate level where it only makes sense to keep it. God willing, I got to the
Right. Senator Hayden?
So do you not agree that if we have a large position, so we're similar to off campus, it's a position that people like to run for, it's more spots, it's easier to get into. Do you not agree that making these positions smaller and more distinct is going to make it more competitive?
Senator Lala?
Are you familiar with the university owned off-campus one? Genuine question. Can we back and forth very quickly?
No. All right, we've spent 30 minutes on this and we've established within our standing rules that we have 30 minutes per item. I suggest that everyone have individual conversations afterwards, like perhaps during recess to establish something that is more concrete. And establish maybe a better flow of ideas. Seems like there's like a lot of ideas up in the air right now. We just need to like take a second, think about everything, and then bring it back. Senator Siddiqui?
Just to go off what the IVP was saying, I would recommend, because also there's a few pieces of legislation that we passed at the last meeting that we want to rescind and redo with amendments. So, I think that going off the IVP's notion, I think we should move on to something else besides old business or legislation, do appointments, do reports until recess, and then we can use that recess time to brainstorm and come back with something, so we're not just wasting time.
Period, thank you. Senator Iden?
Do you want to go into public forum potentially?
Yes. All right, so now we're in public forum, yay! The first person on our list is no longer here. Is there any?
They were a senator, they thought it was a sign-up sheet.
Right,
So,
yeah,
that's it.
I know. Right. Sorry, you're just too funny. You can step to the party over there, Carlson. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate. Refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes and you will be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it'll be graphic. You may only come up once. You may choose to not answer questions. Do you agree?
I do agree.
All right, you have 2.5 minutes.
Senators, at the expiry of this time, I may request additional time to speak. For now, we'll see if I can get through it. Generally speaking, and we've introduced amendments to Articles 5, 6, 7, as well as 10. Constitutional amendments are generally or should be generally, slow to introduce, slow to enact, slow to perpetuate and move forward. Change is not necessarily progress, as progress is not necessarily change. This is a kind of an immutable law that we know to be true. My belief is that progress comes from enhancing the services that we provide and continue to provide, and whether new or existing, and hearing voices that were not previously heard and incorporating amendments to achieve this goal. Senator Brenderson, who is not in the room, pointed out very importantly, the 2/3 to 3/4 increase to overturn a veto of a president. This is interesting and should not be taken lightly. Students should really and significantly understand when a veto occurs and what the power is of the Senate in order to overturn those things. So I would encourage more review on what Senator Brenderson pointed out about the 2/3 to 3/4 constitutional change in overturning veto or overturning the president's veto authority in terms of how it impacts the Senate. Another very important and crucial part is that supervising staff is not a responsibility of a student. It's a responsibility of the president. It's a responsibility delegated to the president in their working partnership with the executive director. That responsibility and that relationship is currently maintained. And if we choose to go down this route, we're looking at like a lot more HR disputes, a lot more litigation to be had when it comes to, oh, this student told me so-and-so that I have to do this job. It's already, clearly defined that by directing the executive director through the president's relationship with said executive director, we can maintain a very professional and working relationship with hired career staff on the campus. And I would encourage taking that out.
Right. Senator Iden,
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes.
there's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes. Do we have a second, Senator Gerson? Second. Seconded by Senator Gerson. We are now in discussion. Senator Wydula. Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, you have 5 more minutes, but I'm also going to take a point of personal privilege and will be yielding chairship to Senator Siddiqui.
So among these things are very important sections that warrant incredible review, like extensive review, like going back and forth and debating it with your partners, pretending like you're on the opposite sides of the aisle and pretending like it's not your real belief and debating it again. Constitutional amendments are incredibly important for the student body at large. For much of what I have said, again, Senator Brenderson, this is something I mentioned when you were not in the room. Your point about the 2/3 to 3/4 overturn for veto, that's an incredible important, and I'm glad you pointed it out because I missed it on my first read. That's something that I think it desperately warrants more review. What I'm going to next might be something that we've already discussed and are already interested in maybe being considered, is the Article 5 fees that was passed previously. When I was talking about enhancing the services provided at the association, it includes avoiding punishing our current service providers. And blanket changes to the Constitution, as I have since thought about since our last meeting, include thresholds for reaffirmation as well as introducing new fees. As Chair Hansen pointed out very meticulously, making a new fee equal in terms of its barrier to passage as a fee introduced from Senate resolution, right? So putting Senate resolutions and new fees by petition on the same level only punishes students who are very passionate about a cause. They're going to be out in the arbor petitioning. They're going to resort to you guys to pass their things. And that's something that I don't think you guys want on your plate, having to sift through all of that and have to sift through 1,000 students coming in. We historically only have around 4,500 students that come in to vote in our elections. Of this 4,500, you right now only need half, so 2,200 students to reaffirm a fee. With the new proposed changes, you would need 2,904 to reaffirm that fee, a difference of 700. It's not just a difference of 700, it's stealing 300 from one side and putting them to the next, right? And anybody could really do that by sitting at the arbor and saying, I need, however many votes, et cetera, you're taking away causally. It's not necessarily a game that I think we would want to play in terms of reaffirmations. 2,900 votes is not difficult, or it is difficult to come by in some situations. And I think in the context of reaffirming fees as well as introducing new fees, I think both would be ideally set at 50% plus one. I use this as my justification. I use that claim, or I have that claim, and I'll use the following as my justification. A reaffirmation should never be harder than the initial barrier to institute. Just shouldn't. Students will fight, and they will spend a lot of good hours that they could rather spend studying. 50% by petition, and I think that therefore the reaffirmation should likewise follow suit. That's my fundamental point of contention with the fees, Article 5 fees, that is. When it comes to the new fees by Senate, ideally 2/3 would be ideal so that you guys could reserve some of that power as policymakers, which means no changes to the bill, right? No changes to the Constitution. Specific for Article 5. The reason why I bring this up now is that there are different ways, after reading the whereas clauses, which identify the exigence of why we're introducing this bill. The issue is that we have $10 million in carry forward funds, $10 million in rollover. Constitutional amendments that change the scope of unlocking work, such as examples. A constitutional amendment that says all rollover will be automatically redirected to X account. That could be in the fees article instead of 2/3, 3/4, making barriers to entry. Yes, I understand that you're interested in protecting the student's dollar. I am right there with you. But I think there may be better ways if we're trying, again, seeking expansion of student services by, in a way, of giving Finance Committee, for example, a constitutional authority to deny rollover privileges of lock-in fees. That would be checked by the UCOB or Regents, for example, and any discussion with them, we could do away with these historic vestigial structures of, well, all lock-in fees have to be set the same way. Alternatively, we could introduce a different mechanism by which the fees are protected or relegated by whatever authority they have, and say that if you don't spend your money, the fee won't be reaffirmed or won't be put on the ballot. And therefore, you have to spend your money down before it can be reaffirmed. And,
Your overtime.
oh, thank you.
Senator Iden?
My question to you about Article 5 and like, the reason why I think it's so important to raise the voting threshold is not solely because of,
Wait, are we, we're not in questions yet. I was kind of opening the floor just in case someone would like to motion to extend the speaker's time. Senator Gerson?
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes. Do we have a second, Senator Siddiqui?
second.
Seconded by Senator Siddiqui. We are now in discussion. Are you? Okay, Senator Whitela.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Are you seeing none? Motion passes. You have 3 more minutes to wrap up your thought.
Thank you, senators, for your time. I promise I won't take the full 3 minutes. Again, there are totally different avenues that we could look to for analyzing the actual problem, which is carry forward funds, rollover, somewhat inadequate or not necessarily inadequate, but high potential for more effective services. We could look at those in a totally different light rather than making the barrier to entry way higher, rather than putting a hole in the boat, right? There's a way that we could do this while protecting students' interests, both in introducing new fees as well as reaffirming longstanding services that we currently provide, and instead go about it a different way and targeting rollover exactly in the term of the fee. And suggest, I would suggest, bring it into more review. Bring it out, reconsider it, don't pass it, bring it back to review committee work. Every committee look at a new proposal for how they want to target new fees. Whether it be by taking lock-in fees and constitutionally giving that power to finance committee, senate, whatever, to say, well, you have this rollover, we're gonna move it into a different account, or say that you will not be subject to reaffirmation unless you spend your fee. That way, we have a little bit of leniency by if their account zeroes out, they're immediately put on the ballot for reaffirmation, and then the new fee will be collected. That way, we could protect students' pockets, we could protect the services that we're providing, and we could protect the staff that we employ that are employed by those. And I'm not even just saying career staff, I'm saying student employees. We could protect them as well to make sure that we're not accidentally cutting fees accidentally. There we go, I yield.
Senator Siddiqui?
I want to ask two questions.
Oh, wait, are we not question? You have 1 minute left. You're done speaking? Okay, all right, you have 2 minutes for Q&A.
Okay, yeah, so my first question is specifically regarding Article 5. First, I just want to address that we did make the change, which means 2/3 for the petition. That way, if a student, proposes a lock-in fee for the petition, it will be easier to pass. It'll be a lower voting threshold for the student body than going through the Senate. So we did make an amendment change after meeting with you. But specifically with Article 5, we talked a lot about carry forward, and I agree that is a huge issue, but also looking at the whereas clauses, the other issue is that we charge the highest number of student fees in the entire United States. And don't get me wrong, I love UCSB, I love the school, proud Gaucho. There's nothing nationally, really significant about UCSB as a school, T30, 35, whatever, it's a good school, but like, we're not Harvard, we're not Yale, we're not MIT. There's no reason for us to be paying the highest fees for any student government in the entire nation, especially when we're not providing services even close to equivalent to that number. So with increasing the threshold to propose new fees, do you not see how that is addressing the problem of stopping this continuous growth of a higher set amount of fees that students are paying? Because even if we introduce those changes to carry forward, which I think were some great suggestions, and I'd love to introduce them later, that doesn't solve the issue that we're still charging the highest fees per student, and we're not giving them adequate services in return, regardless of what. I'll just leave it at one question. Anyways, go on.
Chair, if I go over time, may I continue?
I'll allow it. Are y'all cool with it? Okay, cool.
Senator Siddiqui, your argument frames it as 3 points. There's growth, there's static, and then there's recession, right? I don't have the terms ready on the top of my head, but there's 3 things there, right? You're either growing, you're staying the same, or you're going back down. Preventing new fees only stops the growth, right? Increasing the barrier to entry stops the growth. Affecting the reaffirmation threshold. By making it higher, you're risking that form of recession, right? About decreasing those student fees. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong, there's nothing inherently wrong with being the most well-funded or collecting the highest fee out of any student body, so long as we have the services to back it up. And when it comes to the idea about cost, actually quantifying the services that we're providing, those are things that we can only seek to understand after we have data. No one here actually has data that says I'm dissatisfied with the student fees. No one here actually has a survey that uses Likert scale questions that says I would rather not spend $250 a quarter, right? No one here has the survey that says I would rather have my money be spent on creating merchandise that then is sold back to me at a subsidized rate, right? No one actually has those data because no one had the idea to introduce them. So when it comes to what should we do with our money, I would advise that instead of striving for the third option, which is by cutting the student fees altogether, we take it easy. You increase the barrier to entry for fees that would skip the petition process, 3/4 majority for new fees on the Senate floor. You don't punish students seeking to introduce new fees by keeping that at the 50% threshold as it currently is. And you don't change the reaffirmation, you keep it at 50%. You stay static for as long as possible until sufficient data has been gathered that propose directly what students want, saying that here are the services that we need to provide, here is the way that we need to move forward. That way we don't risk cutting student employee jobs. That way we don't risk cutting staff employment jobs. That way we don't accidentally disenfranchise, that's not the right word. That way we don't act deleteriously when it comes to all of the different VCUs that we do currently have, right? If students had a say, which they currently do in all of our funding practices, if they were super well informed, I would probably doubt that a lot of the services that we provide would continue. And I understand that it's somewhat of a dream of mine that, you know, perhaps divestment is investment in that frame of reference. I agree with cutting growth. I don't necessarily agree with cutting back just yet. I think the pruning needs to happen in a way that is very carefully controlled, that ensures that students have their services be provided for, that we can ensure that we have funding streams ready to go with them. Because the second we cut back and we're ready for new growth, the new constitutional amendments that are up for grabs right now would prevent that new growth. They would prevent new lock-in fees from being administered. They'd prevent new lock-in fees from ultimately being introduced. And I think that you can only have that divestment is investment situation if we maintain somewhat lenient fee policies. And instead we go after the real issues, which are carryover funds, inadequately spent monies that can be directed either one elsewhere, or two, we encourage students to come to terms in committees and say, hey, you understand how you're not providing as best of a service as you can with $700,000. Are you aware that some of this money might be spent frivolously? Are you aware that some of this money might be spent in the wrong capacity? I just learned tonight that upon KCSB's fee increase denial, that they ended up laying off students instead of cutting down their food budget, right? Those are issues that we could do better as a Senate through proper oversight. And those can be conducted through constitutional amendments. And so instead of going after the capacities for growth, we focus in and hone in more on those issues. And so I would implore the Senate at the end of this public forum to please reconsider those constitutional amendments, enter it into your guys' committee, build reports, try to analyze from all situations, flip the prism upside down and look at it on the other way around and see what might happen, right? Because I really think more voices in this kind of arena is for the best, especially since people are going to be voting on it in the elections.
Senator Iden?
I agree with your points about oversight, services provided, and kind of like the back end over rollover. My other question to you is just in terms of like the reason why I think it's fair to make it harder is I don't think it's fair for with reference to the petitions for 10% of the population dictating that 90% of the rest of the population has to pay the fee. Same with if it's 2/3, it becomes 13% of the population dictating 87%. Like most of these students aren't necessarily voting. They don't have a say in the election. I don't think that's necessarily reflective. So by making the barrier harder, it's more reflective of what more students are wanting. It's giving more statistical significance to the general population.
Since I'm out of time, I was just hoping that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I was just staring at you like, what are you doing?
Thank you, Chair. Senator Iden, there's 2 points that you brought up. The first one is that you're worried that the student body isn't having proper representation in the fee being collected. That issue is not an issue about reaffirmation thresholds or about new fee thresholds. That issue is about the threshold at which you cut off the election in terms of voting populace. Do you want to make voting mandatory across the student body? Would be a question that you would ask to solve one of those points of contention that you bring up. Secondly, Robert's Rules of Order, as the association that's basically the lifeblood of the association. I don't exactly have the phrase, but basically the decision is made by those in the room. I'm butchering that, but it means that people who are not in the room, people who would rather vote in abstention, people who don't show up to vote, are giving up their right to vote because they have every right to vote. And they're relinquishing that right and letting the people who choose to vote decide on their behalf. If they were really, really mad about it, they would vote. Thank you.
Senator Siddiqui?
I just want to ask one last question. It's going to touch on your comments on multiple of the constitutional amendments. So I know that you talked a lot about, a lot of the changes that we're making are significant. I agree. And I think that, with the timetable we had, Senator Lala and I think are ambitious in trying to reform the association and fix a lot of the things that we think are broken. That being said, I agree that the changes we're making are significant and the student body does need to be way more educated about the changes that we're making. However, when you talk about data, specifically with Article 5 going into, the services that students want, and Article 6, when you touched on, the importance of the presidential veto, my question to you is that with these resolutions, since we're not enumerating them into the Constitution ourselves, we're putting it forward for the student body to vote on. with a minimum of a 20% threshold of the entire student body. My question is putting these resolutions and these amendments to a vote of the entire student body not the best data we can collect to see if students want it or not? Because that is literally what we're doing.
I would respond by saying that the body has currently iterated some sentiment that they believe that the student body does not operate with the most well-informed knowledge of our internal structure, and therefore we are introducing these amendments to protect their interests on their behalf because they don't know what they're doing, and to iterate in the same breath that, well, because we're doing it in their best interest, and because we're going to allow them to come up with the decision, that doesn't ring true as a good faith change to me. Because it's saying that you're saying now in one breath that the current state of the association is because of the fact that students have voted to reaffirm these fees for the longest time, and it's textbook, that by definition, it's their fault for reaffirming it. You're trusting that they're going to vote yes on these things in a way because they don't necessarily know how to operate, and therefore we can know that we're going to get high quality data. If that's been the case, then that means that all the services, in my opinion, that we currently provide, all the lock-in fees, the size of the fee, thresholds, whatever, have been decided by students who are very interested in the fee, and therefore no change is warranted. You already have your data. We haven't had any fees be overturned. We haven't had any fees. We have had fees denied. 2023 spring, KCSB's new fee was denied. Right? It was a 44 to 56% denied. We've had other fees that were past reaffirmation, I think in 2022, but they were below the 2/3 threshold. I think there were two of them. One, I think, was Coastal Fund, I think. But, and then in the year following, it was reaffirmed. USSA would have failed twice, but it was reaffirmed over the last 5 years. And so in those instances, I think you have your data. If that's the corner that you're going to come fighting out of, you already have your data that's mentioned in the election supplement. And I think that if the goal here is to educate the student body on how the internal processes are formed and to better educate them on how their fees are used, I think instead of it being a constitutional amendment, it should just simply be a massive grassroots, get out the vote initiatives, keep the reaffirmations the same, educate students on how their fee is being expended, and go from there. It's weird to use like both arguments. Students don't know what they're doing, and that's why we've gotten into this mess. Well, we're going to put it to the ballot anyway.
Okay, Senator Lala.
I don't think that's exactly the case. I think we're saying that the case has not been made to students that some of these fees, or at least the way of structuring the fees, is one, not what it needs to be. Secondly, you don't have to be paying this much. And I understand the point about the problem is not the amount itself, but rather the quality of the services provided. But I don't think that that's entirely true either. I think the funds paid by itself are pretty relevant. If I'm a low-income student and I'm paying $700 on a year in fees to this association, but the extra fees that I pay make sure that a BCU I have no real connection to does marginally better than they otherwise would, I don't really care. So I think both measures are relevant here. And what we're saying is not that, because it's not like this came in a vacuum that students are reaffirming these. It's frankly from the main people who have contributed to this, from our point of view, that case has never been made that, hey, colleague and peer, you don't need to vote yes for every single thing all of the time and have these thresholds guaranteeing.
Senator Lala, I think you're 100% right. I hate to do this to you. The Blue and Gold Opportunity Program, low-income students, UCSB scholarship, those pay your ASP. So if you are a low-income student, you theoretically don't actually pay the $250 fee. I would classify as that. I have never actually paid into it besides it coming out of my scholarship, right? So it's not necessarily my exact fee, my money it's money that I'm getting in grants, but it's not money that I'm necessarily out. I think in terms of those arguments, I think you're 100% right. It's the size of the fee and at the same time the bang for the buck, right? And I think by honing in on services, we don't do that in constitutional amendments in Article 5 fees. We do that through connecting with the organizations that are currently connecting students with those fees, or they're currently collecting those fees and working with them to make those services better. And if not, it's using politics to get the fee expelled, right? It's not by changing the rules, right? The rules currently, and they presently exist, and they, to a large extent, work. There's a reason why a majority of students voted down the KCSP fee increase in 2023. It's because there was a vote no campaign on it that same year. Have you ever seen a sign with it that says vote no during spring elections? Did anybody? So it's not necessarily the problem of the rules in the Constitution. It has to do with the politics and the political nature of how those fees are collected and then ultimately perpetuated. And so if you guys are adamant about certain fees, go out there with a picket sign and vote no, right? It used to happen. I have photos, I have photo evidence of people paying signs, vote no on the number whatever, the whatever, USSA, blah, 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 it doesn't matter. These are things that they just happen. So please consider the political solution to some of those issues and reconsider the resolution updating Article 5 fees and going about it a different way. Please target goal. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now be yielding chairship to Senator Siddiqui for the rest of today's meeting. Bye.
Thank you, thank you, Attorney General, for giving your thoughts and your perspective on the legislation that we're gonna be discussing today. I think that we should try to move to, where should we move to? Should we go to reports? Does anyone want to give a report? You don't have to. You want to?
This is probably, is there anything more pressing?
No, but we have like 40 minutes till recess. I'm just trying to find some.
Yeah, we can do that.
My first. You haven't.
Okay, you guys can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. So this is a pretty simple, short report. We wanted to meet with the director of the recreational center and a senior member of the staff there, and we finally had that meeting last Friday. The initial cause of concern and what we wanted to discuss was actually something really simple, was there's 4 Stairmasters that have the multi-activity board at the back of the rec center, 3 of which have not worked since Joe Biden was in office. What's up with that? And more broadly, how equipment is replaced, the speed of it, etc. And secondly, I was curious about the rental process because I've experienced at other UC campuses. You go, you hand in your access card, they give you whatever thing you rented out, and you're shown. Whereas here you have to pay every time. So let's say you like ping pong, you don't own ping pong paddles, you're paying $1 every time, which obviously adds up. And we wanted to speak to them about why that's the case, one, and secondly, whether that can be phased out eventually as another part of this broad measure that we want to, instead of students not having to pay fees where they need not.
Yeah. So basically, after having our conversation, we wanted to just kind of touch base with them and see what the reasoning behind it was. Like what areas needed our support and kind of like what was going on. So they basically explained the picture to us of what made this process so long, and a lot of it had to do with the turnover rate of these machines. So they allocate a specific amount, like dollar amount, to however many machines need to be turned over. And basically, in specific case of the Stairmaster, there's this whole problem of, not getting the right parts. After they explained that after the pandemic specifically, everything's on back order. There's a supply chain issue. And specifically the Stairmaster, they said that it should be expected for students to be able to use it by fall of next year. So, obviously it's not what we want to hear. Like, this is a high demand, like machine that students want to see used, want to be able to actually use it, and they're not having access to it. But this just like plays a bigger picture in that there's a lot of moving parts that the rec center operation requires. There's so many moving parts that we might not be able to see, such as installation, installation, shipping, ordering, getting the right parts, in case something breaks, they need to order. If that's on back order, they're screwed. Like, there's a lot that goes into it, but, so that was kind of like the greater picture. And then while we had this conversation, we were discussing the principle of student input. So they were discussing, like, you guys are not the first students to bring this feedback up to us, and that will just into the greater conversation of how greater student input could play into the operations of the rec center.
Yeah. To channel my inner Eric real quick, this was a huge learning opportunity in how the bureaucracy beyond AS functions. Because, I mean, you have an idea, but it was kind of crazy to sit with the director and him to be like, I don't have full control over the spending here, which is like plainly true. He has to get it approved by X thing, which has to be approved by Y department, et cetera, which is a little bit discouraging. But the end point there being that it was said explicitly that the more student concern and the more pressure put on there, the quicker both individual results happen, and more broadly, they know that there's student pressure watching. So that the Stairmaster thing was especially instructive because at first the senior staff member told us that this would be ready in early, sometime in spring quarter. And then the director just helpfully jumped in and was like, all right, let's be real. If this is in by early fall, that would be closer to how it usually works out, which sounds a little insane. I feel like if at someone's home, if a Stairmaster broke down, they could have one in there by the next week. So it's kind of insane that how long this all takes place. But this goes back to how we establish more regular communication channels. The biggest thing we spoke of was for them to have either the director or a representative, probably getting the exact, the engagement director of the rec center come into the Senate for quarterly reports, which seems like should have been a thing before this, honestly, because so many of us use the rec center generally. So that's one thing we're really hopeful about is getting them here every quarter and asking, okay, what's going on, updates, how you're spending money, etc. The second thing is about the rental program. It was explained that they use these revenues to run each department. So the fees that you pay for intramural are used to run intramural, the same thing for the rental program, etc. And the response was that it cannot be expected for the rental program to go away, which at least personally I found a little bit disappointing, though I understand that maybe the lock-in fees are not enough to cover everything that they provide. And the vision was, instead of having an Amazon lockbox type situation, once you go in, you press or use your access card, you can take out whatever it is that you need to rent and go on about your day without a more advanced and quicker process. I think here's getting to the action item, so to speak, and why we came to report to you guys. Was one, we're thinking of putting a resolution together, requesting certain things and setting this future communication and collaboration in stone of how we want it to happen. But we want to hear more broadly what other things you think we should focus on, one, and whether, I'm supposed to put it in plain English, whether we should press this issue of the rental program, because maybe it's just me that's beating my head against the wall and no one really cares about the rental program, but I think that covers everything. So yeah, speed of putting equipment in there and the huge costs that come with that, the rental program, and then whether you guys have any thoughts of what we want to prioritize.
Yeah, also really quick about the rental program, one of the senior staff that we've talked to, basically had this idea of building rental.
Sorry, could someone or the executive director shut the door, please? Thank you.
Basically, there being these like automated boxes where you can, like, you put in your information, it dispenses an item that you would like to rent. And then, like, let's say you don't return it, then they'll find a way to like charge your work account or whatever, and then you do return it, you'll take a picture, and that way you can keep track of like the wear and tear of the item that you rented, or if you had, you know, destroyed it and it needs repair, something like that. So obviously this is expensive, but this is kind of their vision, and that's something that, it's an idea that we could float. But it was an idea that they had to kind of, front the issue of this rental program, because like, the reason why they need the dollar that you exchange for the amount is because it will cover the wear and tear of the items that you rent. So that is basically what they explained was the reason behind requesting money for renting an item, is because that's how it sustains itself.
We've known for these other, we have
Yeah.
other things to discuss, so we're open anything.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for your report. That was really detailed. And honestly, I just really like the initiative that you guys are showing. I think the most important thing that we can focus on is, you know, our pass-through fees, talking about not just, you know, student fees that are funding things in AS, but the student fees that pass through us that are funding campus departments and campus buildings. I think is one of the most important things we can be doing. So thank you guys for that. If you have questions, please raise your hand. Senator Sue.
So, I might go on a tangent here. I've been an employee of the RAC for 3 years now, so I kind of know the ins and outs of like the tea there a little bit. So everything is slow, like everything is broken. I built the swim locker rooms were like under construction for like 5 years, and then they just opened them up and they look exactly the same. So also all the suit spinners there are broken and they're not gonna get fixed until like next year. So did they do that whole spiel with you and explain how there used to like not really be a gym, and it used to be like a tent, and then students were upset when they put up the fee and they got AS funding, and then now they have the rec center. And did they do that whole thing with you? So like they always talk about that, and then now, did they talk to you about the governance board too?
Yeah, there is an
Yeah.
AS representative on the governance board.
Okay, and did they fill it?
Yeah, there is someone there now, apparently.
Okay,
Yeah.
because when I go to work, the posters are like spread around, like join the governance board for the recreation center. And they're supposed to, I think they're supposed to be in the cabinet of the president, but I don't know if like. There's a lot of governance boards. I don't know if like some governance boards are filled, but some aren't, but I think this is a problem of like the recreation center not understanding that they needed to fill the governance board. So I don't really know what's happening there. I don't know if other recreation centers at other UC campuses get student funding through AS to support their programs. I don't know if I don't know if anyone knows, is this like unique to our campus? Because if so, I feel like it's kind of crazy that we spend so much money on the recreation center and not getting as much out of it as other universities are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't really have anything.
No, yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
At the risk of bending Rob a little bit, maybe we could ask whether you're aware whether we have any representative on the governance board.
I'm not sure, but I can ask my executive director, because if they haven't reached out to ask us for a representative, then there's probably not.
Okay. If you think of-
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's a definitely like, no, but they didn't know that they had to do this.
You need to.
I'm saying the recreation center.
Yeah,
Yeah, the director is new, but everyone else. is new.
right.
Either.
Well, when we had our conversation with him, it sounded like, I mean, he mentioned that there was an AS representative. He's like, oh, there is a student representative on the governance board, and like, that's how we get two voices. So from my perspective, he was like, he was aware of the fact
Yeah.
that there needed to be a
Yeah.
position.
But
So I thought it was.
yeah, then that's fine. That's all well and good that we have a position and, you know, we're not saying to restructure that in any way that can be kept there if that works. But there's demonstrably not enough input.
Yeah.
We asked, I think the staff had mentioned how do you get, or then students had complained about certain equipment before. And I was like, okay, what's that process like? And she was like, yeah, you see someone in a red shirt, with the staff on it, that's a Rexon employee, you go up to them. And I kind of thought to myself, like, okay, that works for the 1800s, but like, it seems like we can have either QR codes or some kind of, maybe surveys would be too much, you would get answers that aren't really necessary, but we got them to commit to us that they would have QR codes present at places around the rec center where you can give certain feedback about certain equipment or the rec center property. I mean, it's just, it seemed a little not particularly advanced, the way feedback is structured there.
Yeah, two things on that. I work at the pool, and when they started doing like, first of all, I don't think ICA is even allowed to practice the pool. I think that they're technically violating the constitution. Or like they're the bylaws, like, because I'm pretty sure the recreation like center is not. Associate students does not recognize the right of intercollegiate athletic teams to use the rec center.
But it's because the pool is broken, right?
Right, but why are students getting punished? Because campus didn't plan well enough to fix the pool they know was broken for 20 years and didn't build a new pool for 20 years, so now we're getting punished, we're putting money into this facility that's being used by. That's a whole nother tangent, anyways, yeah, it's definitely not, it definitely can be improved, and I feel like there's a lot of things that are not getting, a lot of things being violated that I think they would be really responsive to ASM because they rely on it.
This is why we think having them come give a report where we can ask them questions, give them feedback. Have a sense of accountability where when they give this report and well, okay, well, what about the pool? What about the Stairmasters? What about this? And we think institutionalizing this and actually having it set in stone through resolution or whatever, is really important.
So, to take this conversation, we can continue this another time. I think you should join us on that resolution.
Yeah.
Senator Lovino.
Just more connected to just researching on the Senator Sue's point. I mean, I could have compared it closely as a source from all IUCs, but looking individually into the UCLA, Irvine, primarily the majority of our vaccines don't really get the majority of their like studies in healthy repair integration from AS. So the majority of it seems to be coming from like student fees as the main allocated source. I mean, I connect with like Senator Sue's question. I feel like, yeah, it's a little bit like complexing about why a little bit dependent in regards to DCHB, I guess, not intuitive.
So other schools do have.
Yes.
That's one of those.
Yes.
He did mention though, and this point's fair, that at UCLA, the amount of donations being given for specific things or to the campus to use however the hell they want is of a different magnitude from here. So we have to be fair for them in that regard. Still doesn't excuse the smaller stuff, or maybe we should be paying the service.
See, Irvine had like the same kind of similar situation too. Yeah.
I think we should.
Yeah, what's the last name, sorry?
Laviolette.
Proxy Laviolette.
So yeah, when I go to the gym, not every single thing that you have to like borrow is rented, right? And I'm just kind of curious, like, why would I have to pay for badminton or tennis and I don't have to pay for a lifting belt
And I just don't understand this, like, Amazon box investment system, like, at that point, why not just make every barbell and kettlebell, you have to reserve it in the lockbox system before, and then I'm done with it, and so I gotta go put it back in the box. I just don't see it make, I feel like it goes against everything the rec center was set up for, to slowly commodify more and more of the actual rec center experience, right? Because then less people are gonna go, and then your rec center is gonna wither, right? And then also there's like, you know, kind of like the pool situation, or earlier the ILP path situation, right? University is making us look the bill for stuff we should be entitled to. So, and the rec center is being put in a very terrible place for that reason. And so, I'm not exactly, you guys seem to be talking about like a food bag shortage. And it is true that there is that, because there is like a rowing machine that's been broken for several months, and I know people have noticed. I know like people, like there are people that like whose job it is to check the machines, and I'm kind of surprised that I feel like there must be nothing they can do about it. So is there actually like a straight up money shortage? Because, you know, there might be a knee jerk reaction against like freeing up more spending, but the rec center is really important to a lot of people, and to strain it further means that less people are gonna participate when more people should be participating.
Yeah, okay, so deal with that as quickly as possible. One, I'm fully with you on the rental system. It seems to me like if you're a car carrying member, so to speak, if you go here, you're paying those switches, you're paying those fees. I feel like you should be able to use whatever you feel like on that day. I did present the idea of, okay, let's take it for granted that you might have a point. That destruction of the things that are being rented out is a serious problem. Well, it seems like if you just have a process in which maybe a picture is taken before and after rental, or there's some kind of established process of proving there was damage to that piece of material, whatever was used, then you pay the $1 fee instead of having everyone, even people who will return cattle to you better than they rented it, having to pay. That was the response there was that that's unreasonable, it's gonna breed kind of resentment among students, and we understand that. Did you want to say more about the back shortage, right? Yeah, it's exactly right that the individual employee does not necessarily have all that much leverage. And the problem isn't necessarily in how much it costs, because they have enough to cover that. You know, the problem is with the larger projects, I'm forgetting exactly what it was for, maybe it's not super know, but there was some kind of revamping project that took, I think, a few million that they had to have some kind of new fee for, that is still not begun construction. So the problem in reintroducing new equipment where old one doesn't work anymore is precisely this of the shipment and the proving the process elsewhere and at the administration level and getting that installed and shipping itself takes months and so we don't have the specific thing for several quarters.
Yeah, also they have only, like, in the example of the Stairmaster, they have dedicated, it was $350,000 for the turnover of like this fiscal year's machine. Basically, and so this. But overall, it was like 1.5 million.
Yeah.
For like all of the machines, the turnover dollar amount is around something million. I think it was like 1.5. And in this year, it's like the Stairmasters. This is the year for them to be turned over. So if something is broken and they can't get the part, they need to replace the entire machine. They need to wait until their designated year where they can spend a chunk of money, like $2,000, to turn over that machine. That's when things take so slowly. So if the Stairmasters had broken, let's say last 2 years ago, and they can't get the part they need to fix it, they would have had to wait till this year, where this is the turnover year for those machines. So it's an incredibly lengthy process where students are putting in fees and not seeing the results because of this bureaucratic, lengthy process. That is kind of like the explanation that we were given behind like our simple question.
Senator Sue?
Yeah, there was a new student fee pass for the MAC, that whole MAC area. is like kind wall that was paid for by us. Also another side thing. This last summer, the rec decided to charge students again for memberships if you weren't taking summer classes. Which I thought was kind of crazy, but I don't really know, like, I don't know if anyone feels passionately about that, but I felt really passionately about that because I feel like I pay so much in fees and then to have them say, actually, you need to pay an additional fee, and I literally worked there and they wouldn't let me in, and I was like, anyways, that's a whole nother thing, but I also thought that was a little. Yeah, but those are my.
Senator Iden, bouncing off of that, another point, I think like in the past, like, since I've been here, that's been a usual thing. I don't think that's a new thing with the summer classes, but it's still lame, really lame. Another point is I have some financial documents I'm gonna send over to you guys that kind of talks about the actual student lock-in fee rollover, because between intramural sports and the rec center itself, they have about $60,000 in both accounts. Just so you guys can have that knowledge if you ever go back into deliberations with their director.
Thank you.
Senator Brinderson?
Just going back to the Stairmaster, not to seem like super ignorant, I don't really use the Stairmaster, but is there like an abandoned, like, flight of stairs somewhere on campus that you can direct students to in the meantime, while the Stairmaster is out? Or is that like not the same thing?
Hey man, Stairmaster is really important to me personally.
Okay, let's just say that I go to the gym every day looking for the Stairmaster. I don't go to the gym every day. But when I do go to the gym, I look for the Stairmaster and then I go, oh, and then when it's not available, and then I reach it. I think that is an idea. However, this equipment is expensive and students don't want to pay for it themselves. That's why you go to the gym. You go to the gym for a reason, because if the gym wasn't a thing, I'd just get my own, if like equipment was cheap, I'd get it myself and I put it in my room, you know? Like, this is why it's so important that we have this, these, what's it called? Oh, like, whatever, this is the communication between the rec center and the.
Yeah, I mean, to very briefly summarize, 3 out of 4 is insane for any machine, even if 5 people use it, honestly.
Mhm.
And I know of people who don't go in this direction, have the membership with the local gym, and I feel like no one should have to do that. If you have the extra funds too, and there's just some specific insane thing at EOS Fitness that you want, fine. But I don't think that, I think every fitness need should be, I mean, Discover Your Fit is the logo, right? So let people discover it in reality. The models.
Okay, also, I just want to note that we are literally barely at quorum. We have 12 people. So just keep that in mind. So we lose quorum, we cannot continue the meeting. Proxy, Laviolette.
I'm sorry if I, like, you totally said if I didn't catch it earlier, but like, my understanding of like, why the new Stairmaster is not here yet. Like, okay, there's the bureaucratic process, and then there's the, not rollover, but turnover. So there's a little bit turnover, and so each piece of equipment has its own associated turnover date, you say?
I think they're supposed to be turned over every few years.
Yeah.
But there's a certain budget every year for turnover. I think for ones that might have expired before, I don't know if that's the right word, but are no longer functional, are no longer in the necessary, meeting the standard in a certain year, you have to solve with something you can replace that. And I think I don't remember the exact date, but let's say every 5 years, the entire equipment is supposed to be rolled over, and that goes into the loan. So that's a considerable cost.
So, all right, this might be a question, but like, who are the warranties on these things? You know, like, when you look at like the online, the like the Stairmasters, they have these warranties and stuff. Like, I don't know, I feel like, what if the warranty lasts a couple of years? Because I know the Stairmasters are, the reason this is difficult is because the Stairmasters are kind of new, right?
I think so.
It's because they're kind of new and they haven't reached their turnover date yet, right?
Well, their turnover day isn't here. They're supposed to be turning it over, so the reason why it's this fiscal year, that's what this is.
No, that's just
Oh.
because they were
change, that's because the current one looked at.
Yeah.
So they made that order in this fiscal year, which they were making the point that they should come in the spring, but they're probably not. So maybe to conclude on that note, that the biggest thing is to explain why it takes so long, is that they have to go through this process of checking multiple, kind of like how the AS Finance Committee has you, if it's over a certain amount in the low thousands, you have to show that you check multiple vendors before picking a certain one. And that's to avoid the kind of corruption that I'm familiar with, where you just kind of give it to your buddy and, you know, and you get a very nice relationship and everyone else loses out. But the downfall of this alternative is that it takes a very long time just to show the administration with the multiple vendors. And that takes more months to send it in and so on.
And with regards to warranty, even if something is under warranty and you can get the part, if the part is on back order and they don't have the part, and they don't have someone to come and install the part, and they need to approve that person to come and install the part, and then they need to do a million other things, that's another reason why it takes so long.
Yeah, we're not defending this, by the way. I think student pressure
Yeah, no,
should be, we should not, we all, everybody when they come here, though they were, you know, competent and professional. We should make it clear that no matter what the complications are, that 7 months for a piece of machinery is not okay when a wealthy individual can replace it within the week. If it was up to their full discretion, then if they're relevant.
I think.
Point of order. You have to be called on by the chair, and Senator Almin has had her hand up.
Can you make it brief, Proxy Laviolette? Can you make it brief, your comments?
Yeah, it's just, I think, you know, it's important to talk to presidents and all that, but I think the wisdom offered by employees, right? Obviously, maybe we should be talking to people who are on the ground there maybe as well. Because I'm not sure if the president actually uses the facilities or not. Or, I don't know, experiences it the same way that the student body does. Because it sounds like it is a serious reflection.
Yeah, I mean, we're not speaking to gather wisdom, but more about to act on the things that we probably agree should see how.
Senator Amin.
How can I help? Basically, we have issues, we shouldn't be charging students. What do you need from us to make sure that this is met?
Yeah, so that's the resolution that we want to work on, is we should have a list of things that we want to include on there that we think are of the utmost importance. Whether we have the conversation now and just tell us what the main things are, or whether that should be a more private process, I don't know. I feel like we've been up here for crazy long. I don't know, do you have any concrete suggestions, or should we continue this conversation?
No, I'm asking what you want from us.
Okay, yeah, so essentially to wrap this all up, our plan is to introduce a piece of legislation, a resolution, where we will summarize all of this and kind of request that they give a report and we have accountability after this. And also, Senator Soup, we would love your input as an employee and also as a senator. Thank you.
And I guess the most efficient route is anyone else, if you have any input, you have both of our contacts on GroupMe, on email, whatever it is. If you want my number, I can give that too. Yeah, we would love to include as many pertinent things as possible. But thank you so much, Liz.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for presenting. Okay, we're approaching the recess time, but I think we should just get a few more things done. We're still in reports. Are there any minute reports, executive officer reports? Madam President. Executive Director.
The chair is considering a break for the minute taker. That's why we take.
You want to, it's not 9 PM yet.
No, I know. But right around there.
So do you not want the president to give a report?
I don't get.
No, they can be around 9.
If the report's gonna go longer than 9 though, you should take your break now.
I second.
That's all.
Okay. I'll open it up to discussion. What do you guys want to do? Senator Iden.
I'm down for a 15-minute recess. Let's reconvene.
Okay, someone has to make a motion. Senator Amin.
Motion to take a 15-minute recess at 8:57.
It's been a motion to take a 15-minute recess at 8:54 PM by Senator Amin. Is there a second? Senator Al-Khatib. Seconded by Senator Al-Khatib. We're now in discussion. Senator Cadal. Call the question by Senator Cadal. Are there any objections to the call the question? Consent. Any objection to consent? Hearing none, motion passes. We're now in recess. Please be back at 9:09 AM. Yeah.
No, please.
For laptop?
You want it?
Alright, let's see.
I already know what you're gonna say. I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna hear it.
Alright, we are now back in session. We're still in reports. Would anyone like to give a unit report, executive officer report, President Broadway? Sorry, everybody.
I don't have like a bunch of updates, but just gonna give the updates that I do have. So for LinkedIn Learning, I did hear back from our LinkedIn contact. And I don't know if the news is good or bad really, but basically our project kind of turned into a UC-wide thing. So that's kind of why they're like fixing the terms that we originally had, because now it's not just for AS, it's for like the whole UC. So I responded to them and asked if they have like an estimated timeline on when we would be expected to get our contract back, but they haven't responded, so honestly, I can't really give an exact answer on that. For the reflection room, Senator Padula and I talked to OISS along with some of the NSA board members, and they allowed us to book their conference room for the rest of the quarter for certain times. So we have the OISS conference room on Mondays and Tuesdays from 12 to 3, and then Wednesday through Friday from 4 to 5. Currently, my office will be working on a graphic to like promote the space to anyone who wants to use it, and then we're still looking at more permanent solutions. For our Raise the Bar grant, we're still in the planning process of the town hall. We're solidifying the date, the time, the location, and all of the details. We will be tabling, I believe, next week with my office and week 1 of spring. And then we're also still planning events that will be held for Sexual Assault Awareness Month. For the winter quarterly, we have a tentative date and time, but we're still trying to lock down a location, and we're planning the trainings and other activities. We're still having the open mic night on February 11th for Black History Month with BSU, Atlantic, and UCSB Reads, and we are finalizing the details. We're also having a Valentine's grants and meaningful events at PMHC on February 10th, still finalizing those details as well. And then my mental health commissioners and I are hosting a de-stress and decompress event tomorrow in Sierra Madre. It's going to be like a mental health based event with materials from Health and Wellness. And I was reached out to by 2 alumni from Brown. They have a tradition on their campus called Senior Scramble, and they want to host it on our campus for free, which I thought sounded really cool. So I'll explain it just a little bit. Basically, all the seniors have a chance to sign up for this event, in which it's kind of like Tinder in real life. So you sign up and then you can match with people romantically or platonically, you let them know. And then the only way you find out is if you guys mutually match with each other. So if you match with someone, then they don't like match back with you, then it's like kept anonymous unless you tell them. But it's kind of like a picnic and then like find out who matched with type of thing. And I thought it would be really cool to have on our campus. So we're planning to have that in the spring. For the budget, I met with Michael, Maricela, and Amelie last week. And Michael provided Amelie and I with materials to go over so that we can be prepared for budget hearings. And last but not least, Council of Presidents, we're trying to commit to meeting once a month minimum. We are going to meet this Friday and possibly again over the weekend at Students of Color Conference for those of us that will be attending. And we're also planning to meet at the UCSA meeting in February. And then we're also working on our agenda to meet with President Bird. And I can take any questions.
Is there any question? Senator Brenderson?
Yeah, thanks for coming, Colin. Like to know what's going on. Yeah, especially with your RA, thanks for working on long and arduous meetings. But oh yeah, what prompted those alumni from Brown? Are they friends of yours? How did that?
So the Senior Scramble is something that they host like every year on their campus, and I guess the two alumni that reached out to me, they also made their own like dating app type of thing, so it's like school specific. So I think they're also trying to promote their app with the Senior Scramble event, but they're trying to host it at other college campuses just to kind of start out.
And I guess this is just one of the campuses that they chose at random.
Senator Iden?
So I'm not trying to come at you with this question anyway or blindside you. It's in regards to the Nexus article that came out last week. So from our position, at least from when I was reading this, it kind of came as a shock, especially because I don't think there was much conversation that was had between yourself and the Senate and how you felt in this room. I was a little disappointed that you went straight to like a news media outlet to kind of discuss that and give an overgeneralization, whether it's specific members. I don't think it's appropriate to say it's the Senate as a whole. And I just kind of wanted to see your thinking behind that and how we can go forward to maintain a relationship with you, a positive relationship with you, without having to go to a news media outlet and giving a generalization that was on the front page of the Nexus that says the Senate is an unwelcoming space and you were villainized.
Yeah, so, I mean, I didn't really hide it from anyone and like, it was kind of just, I mean, obviously I never came back to give any more reports. But it's not like anyone asked why I came back. Nobody like checked in after the meeting except for Senator Butler. So no one really made the effort, and to me at least, for the conversation that was had at that meeting that I came to. I did have prior conversations to Senator Singh and Senator Siddiqui, and that's kind of who the conversation was between. So at that point, I didn't feel that it was even necessary to like to have a conversation with them again about it. But I do want to say that like it definitely, I was being really honest with the Nexus. Like I didn't want to come back. I was uncomfortable. And I think that everyone also got the same vibe because like I said, I didn't come back. But yeah, I mean, I can talk more about it if you guys want, but I feel like I said everything the way I wanted to say it in the Daily Nexus. It felt like someone was trying to villainize me on the floor, and to me, it messed up the vibe of just being in this room with the entire Senate. I wasn't trying to like pinpoint specific people, but at the same time, like no one tried to stop it. And again, no one reached out to me afterwards. So it definitely felt like an entire Senate issue, if that makes sense. And again, like I expanded on in the Nexus, I watched it happen last year. So it brought up a lot of feelings. And I do like I said in the Nexus, I do recognize that I have a duty to be here, like per legal code, which is why I'm here. And I plan on being here, but it just felt disrespectful. It felt inappropriate and unprofessional.
Senator Iden?
Just like a last comment, not necessarily a question, like communication is a two-way street, like especially like for a lot of us who weren't necessarily involved in that conversation, like I don't really know the backings of what's going on between you and other members, like during the meeting, sometimes it's easy to miss something that happens. So I just asked like, you know, I want to move forward together. I'd like to have a good relationship with the Office of the President, and I would like to do everything we can to make this welcoming space, but I would appreciate it, like before going to news outlets, if you were to like maybe discuss with us first. But obviously, again, it's a two-way street. It's on us as well as you, but thank you for coming today.
Yeah, of course. And again, that's why I'm here, and I will be here every other week.
Are there any further questions for the president? Okay, if there are no more questions, thank you for giving me. Senator Elkothy?
Yeah, I had a question. Are there any updates on the implementation of BDS?
No, I don't have any updates.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm gonna yield the chairship to Senator Martinez for a second. President Broadway, I was just wondering about, I also read the article, but it's not about what Senator Iden was referencing. I wanted to ask about the grants with CAB. I'm trying to find the specific quote because I think it kind of confused me, and I just wanted some like clarification on it. I know it stated that you said that you rewrote the ballot language so that they can apply for a fee waiver for those student parents. And I think the quote is like, you know, with the couple of meetings that you guys had, you got with CAB and you were able to rewrite their legal code to change how much money they're granted. And then you also rewrote the ballot language. So my question is, with the legal code changes, I don't remember that coming through Senate. So I guess I was just wondering where that happened. And then also with the ballot language, can you explain how that works? Cause I don't really understand like how it's possible to edit ballot language if people aren't voted on it.
Yeah, so I guess I misspoke, but for the legal code, I don't think it's gone through yet, but it's going through, like, I have it, and I think we're still finalizing it. But I think it's so important to publicize it, like what we're working on, and that's something that's continuously being worked on through CAB. And then for the ballot language, it wasn't necessarily that like we're rewriting something that's already passed, so that's my bad for misspeaking. It's that we're, when it comes up for reaffirmation, then we want to increase the fee for CAB. If that makes sense.
Are there any further questions?
Oh, you did that.
All right, thank you for speaking. Yeah, now moving on, executive director report.
Hi there. How you all doing? Good. Hi.
Hello.
To the chair. Yeah, I agree to Senate. Right. Just want to make sure I shared a few things that did come up this past week. And they are as following. The in-person actions we have completed the recruitment of our newest web development individual staff career member. And the last potential candidate has been interviewed by me. I'm just taking in all of the evaluations and making a determination and an appointment in the next few weeks. So that's happening. The standing committee continues on its work to fill the IT position in that same area. Additionally, I'm seeking and I'm inviting anyone and everyone to please apply to participate. Any of the student staff members can apply to participate in our career search, as you all know. Additionally, in terms of current and new issues that have come about, as you all know, this has been a very challenging couple of weeks, and I don't know how familiar you all are with the Immigrant Legal Services Center. That is a center at UC Davis. And that is the one and only identifiable unit in the whole UC system. The UC system has very strong law schools and very strong professoriate in the law schools. And they have only been able to dedicate one unit to really support immigrant legal services, which was actually a big accomplishment about, well, two presidents ago. On the other hand, in this particular climate that we're in, they're obviously being overtaxed. So I want to consider having the senators, if anyone is still looking for a group project, and or a method to really support the community and the state of California. A couple of senators might be interested in making themselves available to advocate on either distributing their resources such as this. I only have the one. I will pass it around for the Senate to consider and take a look at it and maybe finance a distribution of additional resources like those to be generated and distributed throughout this region, because it's replete with information. And I think that the Senate itself might in fact avail themselves of another strata of support in these times that I actually have lived through in the past. There's a status of an individual that can be like a legal observer, meaning like, you know how we used to have CSOs and now we call them SSPs. That's one strata of student staff member that supports the campus. When there are large numbers of public demonstrations and or civil unrest, there often has been needed, like having a set of folks that are simply watching and witnessing and documenting appropriately what the boundaries are, like how everyone is relating to each other, how is everyone relating to the law, who is breaking the law, and or basically just taking really good notes, which is what we all do almost 100% of the time. Well, there's a legal status and certification for legal observers. So wanted to invite the Senate to consider directing me to maybe provide you with some options about how you might finance something like that. Because just judging from the way 2025 is going, there may be a very, very helpful thing. And we wind up being literally mid-state. And that has traditionally, I've been here for quite a while, has been traditionally a very underestimated and misunderstood connection between the north and the south, southern parts of California. So that's my humble suggestion to you all. In the length of about the last 10 days, there's also been some rain. When there's rain, we have a lot of leaky spaces that are occupied by associated students. One of which is the Pardall Center. The other of which is KCSB and the base of Stork Tower. In the Pardall Center's case, there is I'm going to be approaching their board to consider a strata of changes to a part of the building so that does not happen every single time that it rains. And the conference room gets flooded, even though we actually didn't have a lot of rain last week. It actually just, so it is a problem. So we'll turn my attention a little bit more to that. And finally, there have been a number of changes, positive changes and plans to coordinate our financial operations within associated students differently. And to do that in such a way that we match and sort of connect with the overarching on the campus, right? So that in and of itself is a really good thing. It's ongoing, and the Senate has been very supportive of that. On the other hand, it has created a lot of need and a lot of changes and a lot of confusion between ourselves and other departments. So when and if senators are ever in between different departments, like anything, we could just like rent chairs, and we're just not renting chairs and paying for them in the same way we always have, right? So things might seem like more bureaucratic, but they're actually headed to being less bureaucratic, if that makes sense. But it's a change. It's like any identity change. However it is that one considers one's own identity, if there's a change in that, everyone that relates to ourselves sees us in a little different way, right? Well, that's happening for the department. And so as you're out there and you're identifying different partners, different stakeholders, folks that maybe even been a partner or stakeholder for decades, we're just not relating to each other in the same ways, right? So it would be super helpful if maybe the Senate might consider as we, sort of finish our winter term, going into our spring term, maybe we could have an open house for the community and other departments that are our partners. And maybe we could do a little bit more of that, just really simple open house conversations where we could invite some of our partners into our various spaces to meet our students, to meet our staff, to meet our function areas. It was 7 to 8 different locations that AS is located. We're not all in one group. So that's my report for today. Somebody have any questions?
Senator Martinez?
Thank you for coming, Executive Director, to give me the report. I actually wanted to say on the topic of the immigration crisis that's happening right now, Outreach Committee is actually in the process of printing out red cards in every language. And with the red card attached is going to be a hotline number and a QR code. So that we can pass this out to students during tabling, and so we can also have this, hopefully situated in AS Main, and we should begin distributing these out by Tuesday of next week or Wednesday of next week. And we were also thinking of, we have begun to reach out to the, USS, which is the Undocumented Student Services, to see how we can further help with our resources and guide students to them as well. But, I would love more than love to, we could reach out to the, immigration center that you spoke about. I used to get this. And then, just further our outreach in, distributing these red cards, distributing different things for, many students that are, that are really godless in this moment. So, yeah, so I just wanted to let you know about that.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's exactly, and everybody kind of is doing what we can within our scope. I was hoping that we could maybe come together. And part of it is honoring the task force that President Broadway issued as an executive order last week, in terms of the firestorms in LA. But it's a different kind of firestorm, and it's very, very, muted in some ways. And on the other hand, there are people's lives being broken apart like every minute. And or their parents, their families, their grandparents. It's very troubling. On the other hand, there's always a way to resist. There's always a way to organize. And so I appreciate that, and just let me know. I'll help out.
Thank you.
Yeah, if there are no immediate questions, I did want to ask the executive director a question. So I also forwarded this letter to Senate, so all of you should be able to see it, but I think you touched on it in your report, but I'm not exactly sure. Sorry, I was kind of multitasking. But it's regarding our integration with the overall, UCSB financial systems. I forwarded the letter to everyone's email, which you can read. It was signed by Senate leadership, the Attorney General, and our Chief Compliance Officer, as well as some other people. I guess, Executive Director, my question is, regarding integration into the university's financial systems, do you worry that this takes away from the independence and autonomy of students and student leadership that has existed on this campus for 60, 70 years?
I don't know that I worry. What I know is that, what I know for 17 years, in fact, of working for the association, there's not been a single year that that it hasn't been challenged, that the statement that the students run their operations is, it's a constant challenge to prove that, to live it, and to know it. And I happen to know it, I've lived it, and I believe it. But that's not a university. And so in this moment, on this topic, yeah, it's important to clarify. And that's part of my request is for the Senate to consider coordinating open houses to actually demonstrate ongoing operations being open. And if everyone sat here and witnessed this, there'd be no challenge, right? But being able to say that students are their own authorized signers on their accounts, which is the central question to what you're saying, is challengeable unless people witness it, right? So it's a constant yes. It's not only about that operation. That make sense?
Sure. Thank you. Are there any further questions for the executive director? Cool, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, now moving on in the agenda, we've gone through reports. Are there any additional reports, unit reports, anyone, Attorney General?
I'm gonna only talk about the ongoing of the office briefly, minutes. My caseworkers and research associates, I need to get you guys their appointments as well as work with liaison committee to figure out some changes or some type of resolution to help me pay my research associates honoraria for the quarter. These things are like just a couple $1,000 to help pay their honoraria for the remainder of the quarter. I'm working with IDTU to access water testing kits and radon testing kits because we've decided to take our study of the water quality, to the big leagues. So we're doing everything from, inorganic dissolved nutrients, containing carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen, all the way to the heavy metals and metalloids, such as lead and arsenic respectively. We're looking at, concentrations against county standards, as well as looking at, making sure that we're also following suggested recommendation levels as well for each of those chemicals. And that is just for our health and safety project. We plan on having a report, begin drafting, because we're still in the data collection phase around week 7. We should have that ready for submission before the elections for you guys for like a total picture of the water, as well as a total profile, an actual canvas of IB relating to what houses are, contaminated with mold, which ones have detectable limits of radon gas. It's a dangerous radioactive gas that can lead to cancer. Hopefully all low. As for our policing survey, we are already receiving more testimonials, and these are distributed through word of mouth. We're receiving additional testimonials of students who think they've been discriminated against, wronged, or inappropriately harassed by police officers. So we're working on that. We're working on a Know Your Rights training for week 1 of spring quarter in preparation for Deltopia, as well as continued lobbying efforts against, for the purpose of advocacy for students' rights regarding Deltopia. And those are our 2 main projects. We're finalizing some legislation that we hope to have your eyes on that will create a committee for compensation to honor students' commitments who are working in overscheduled capacities. So they're scheduled for 2 hours, you work 3, a form of compensation for that 3rd hour. They're already compensated at their first straight pay rate. I think they deserve a little bit more, and I'd love your guys' opinion. Just because it's not what they signed up for, right? And that's the unfair part that we're hoping to combat. So I'm getting ready to finalize that legislation and have it to you guys, hopefully by next week. Thank you guys, Senator Siddiqui and Senator Wahidullah, for working on the resolution implementing the president's executive order. I can't wait to see that up and running. The president, myself, and executive director, Dr. Marquez, we're going to see to work together to finalize some of the kinks, and then hopefully we'll have some implementation process ready for you guys in the coming weeks. And we're also, one of my caseworkers, to conclude, has been researching projecting photo and video lights on the Stork Tower. So far, it's looking good. The report isn't in it's not complete, but it's still in its drafting phase. But we're excited, and we're going to touch base with facilities and maintenance on the possibility of logistics. So now it seems less of an issue of law and more of an issue with logistics. So we'll see if we can have a more finalized report for you guys on that in terms of how to project things on the Stork Tower, like vote, elections, deadlines, things like that. Maybe blue and gold lights for a week if we have, enhanced school spirit. And we might do this in connection with the advocacy committee to make sure that we have the back of the Senate and to rely on your guys' information dissemination protocols. Thank you. I'll take questions if you have some.
Are there any questions? Senator Al-Khatib?
In terms of the water project you were talking about, how can Senate help with that?
I'm a huge believer in, I'm a scientist at heart, so I've been doing, we've asked IDTU to buy 20 water testing kits from like a company that we send off the water samples to. But I've been very interested in also, I've been working with Ken Marchus, the lab director at the Marine Science Institute. They've offered to handle inorganic testing of water. And Amanda Strong from the Materials Research Laboratory, who, I'm in that department, I work in that department. I've been trying to get them to help us test local samples, and they're maybe X-ray fluorescence or other things like that. Those cost a little bit of money. That's like $20 per sample. So if the Senate is interested in chipping in less than $1,000 in research like that, I could absolutely prepare a type of quote if you guys would like to. And I could come to you guys, and I'll give you little sterile test tubes, and you just go to your, tap water, or you find a place in right here where you're using reclaimed water. You can take a sample for me, and then we'll get it tested. But in terms of data, if you have any, my research team is working very diligently. Every single week, new assignments, and they have made good on every single thing that they have done. You should see it. We have dozens and dozens of pages of data that we are beginning to sift through. And hopefully the report will be likewise dozens and dozens of pages. So, I definitely look forward to getting your eyes on that, but, if you want to get involved, just email me. I'm always available, and we'll go from there. Thanks, Senator.
Yeah, this is not a question related to the report. I just had a question, for like, just legally. If we wanted to rescind a piece of legislation and then re-vote on it, what would be the motion on that? for that?
The motion would have to originate from the author of that legislation. So the first would make a motion to reconsider from the previous agenda, or to reconsider legislation in the previous agenda, is how I would word that. Motion to reconsider, not motion to rescind, or motion to reconsider would be the correct term. And it would have to be the author. Just for-
Are there any further questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Keep up the great work.
Okay, so just to let everyone know, we will be having to enter into a closed session, not now, but like towards the end of the meeting to discuss, things that we've been discussing in closed session before. So I want to get through old business, new business, action items, and then appointments and minutes. We can go into appointments first. Before anyone makes a motion, I just have a little announcement regarding appointments. So I've been the Senate liaison for Elections Board up to this point. However, I'm submitting my resignation as the Senate liaison for Elections Board due to legal requirements related to the declaration of candidacy for the spring election. That being said, they will need someone to replace me as their Senate liaison for the remainder of the year. And when I talked to the chair about who they wanted, they really said they just wanted someone who's gonna show up and participate. However, if you do choose to take on this position, you cannot run for any elected position in the spring general election. So could I just get like a feeler, like raise your hands if you're interested? Senator Horsandi, Senator Lonkarani. Okay, if you guys are interested, please just contact me after this meeting, and then we can discuss more about the onboarding process for that. Senator Brennerson?
What time of their meeting? When?
For this quarter, that is a great question. Let me find that out. They meet from 5 to 7 PM on Thursdays. Would anyone like to make a motion regarding appointments? Senator Martinez,
I'd like to make a motion on the following appointments to the agenda. These are all under the defendant or commission. The special project coordinator for, Summer Tucker, the international engagement coordinator, QM2, the undocumented QT advocacy coordinator, Kaylin Jessa Rivera, emerging leader commissioner, I'm so sorry to put your name, but Mitri Alani and Anastasia Grizel, the QT BIPOC engagement coordinator, Leila Goldorzi, and QT Visibilities Advocacy Coordinator, Nina Mordi Grua.
there's been a motion. Does anyone like to second Senator Horsandi?
Okay.
The motion to add on the appointments from TP Public and seconded by Senator Horsandi. We're now in discussion. Senator Lonkarani. Call the question has been made by Senator Lonkarani. Are there any objections?
Consent.
Are there any objections to consent? Hearing none, motion passes. Would anyone like to make a further motion? Senator Lonkarani.
Motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations.
There's been a motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations by Senator Lonkarani. Is there a second? Senator Kada. Seconded by Senator Kada. We're now in discussion. Senator Lahila. Call the question by Senator Lahila. Are there any objections? Are there any objections to consent? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, now moving into minutes and allocations. Senator Horsandi.
Motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations.
It's been a motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations by Senator Horsandi, Senator Lonkarani, seconded by Senator Lonkarani. We're now in discussion. Senator Kada.
Call the question.
Question has been called by Senator Kada. Are there any objections?
Consent.
Are there any objections to consent? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay. Now I want to move back into old business. And I think we should just resume the conversation for Article 6 right now. So I'll defer to the other authors since I'm chairing, Senator Iden, Senator Lala.
Man. I'm personally for,
Senator
a
Lala.
little tired, to be honest. I think we should. I personally would like to see a vote on where the majority of the body is. I'm just off of the fact that we voted last week on this. I think that most of you are still with option D, but obviously there's no other way of measuring that that's still the case. Whether we want to do an informal thing about whether we want to stick with what's currently on there when we agreed upon last week, or consider other options, or I could just motion to vote on it as it currently is. Yeah, open up. Yes.
Senator Loncarani.
Okay, so I wanted to speak earlier, but I didn't get a chance to get the time limit. Mostly with section B about the senators at large. Honestly, like, I feel like we had trouble filling a lot of the seats of people who had resigned. We had trouble filling specific seats for Senate. So I think honestly, just having senators at large, leave it as is. I don't think that's much of an issue, because like, if people want to participate in Senate, regardless if they're in science, if they're engineering, project creative studies, transfer, not transfer, if they're just interested and they don't really want to be associated with a certain category, I don't, as long as they want to be involved. That's what we need people involved. You'll.
Senator Iden? I'm kind of leaning more towards what AG Carlson was recommending about the class levels. Regardless of whether or not we decide to distribute it like that, I am more in favor of breaking up the at-large position, because I think it makes every Senate position either needs to be competitive or just needs to all be at large. I think that's a very fair argument. And by reducing the sizes of each position to where it's a competitive number, it's gonna basically just make everyone who's running have to try as hard as possible, and you're gonna hopefully get the most qualified applicant by doing so. I'd love to hear other people's thoughts on that.
Senator Amin.
I completely agree with Senator Iden, but I am willing to be flexible. I also think that if we just put it to a vote, it doesn't need to pass unanimously. So if we just vote, we can, that can be challenged. With that said, I'm still in favor of kind of splitting it up 4-4. So we can have positions that are for whatever for classes, and then we can have the other 4 positions for just general senators.
Senator Lala.
I don't know what you mean by competitive spot, because when we ran for the off-campus spot, there was 12 spots and 17 people ran for it. And I vividly remember working my ass off for said spot. So I thought it was pretty competitive. And I don't see what will not be competitive about the senators at large spots either, because I can guarantee you that more than 8 will run, precisely because it's designed to be the attention grabber, so to speak, of the positions, to encourage more people to run. And it has I hate to repeat myself yet again, but the benefits of attracting a much broader swath of the student population without these issues that no matter what you're going to propose, these issues are going to be endemic to it. Whether you want to split it by year, which I think we've agreed, or maybe not agreed, but at least it's very evident to me that would simply not work because of the freshman issue. I forget what the other proposals were, or keeping one housing condition, but not the other. So on campus or not off campus, which again, doesn't represent the whole student body. And mind you, I think you should have seen the work of the ad hoc committee on appointments, especially Senator Wahidullah, who did Herculean work these last few months, which I'm very appreciative of. And I put many hours into that initiative. And the thing is that we didn't really need to if this was structured better before us. And there's something about that bothers me, that I spent God knows how many hours when I could have been doing things for the student body much more concretely. And the senators at large position which again, I didn't come up with out of nowhere, but it was recommended by professional staff, is the best tailored, no pun intended on your name, to get rid of that issue. I yield.
Senator Sue?
I'm in favor of keeping it still how it is, however, I am a little bit wary about the veto. Just because it feels like we're deliberately giving up a lot of our power. I totally understand where you guys are all coming from, and if everyone else like is okay with this, and like it's okay with me as well, but I just think we all need to think about how much power we are giving back to the president. Just what happens in the future if you're out all of the president, something to think about.
Senator Iden?
So to respond to Senator Lawless' points, the issue with having such a large open seat that is inherently less competitive because there's such a large amount of seats that are open to everyone is it detracts from, it's the same argument we had last week, in which if there's a position that only has one person running, you're just gonna get, people don't want to run for it. They're more worried about it. They're worried about only filling that one seat. That's why we barely get any other people running for College of Creative Studies, engineering, letters and science, like in general, like those are smaller. I could meet halfway and break this up to make it 4 seats. I would be okay with that. We could break up to 4 with the year, as in Senator Amin was recommending. But I just don't think that the argument of having this is good for the association. I think having each seat needs to be competitive, or it needs to be an at-large.
Senator Longaroni?
I agree with Senator Lawless' points, because it's like, if we have such like a broad senators at large category, it's like, I feel like there's more room to be competitive because it is such an unspecific category. So you, like, people who are going for that position kind of have to prove in a way like, okay, if we're not aligning ourselves specifically like certain college or certain aspect of student body, they have to like really explain, okay, so like what makes them stand out compared to their other candidates? It's like, why would someone running for like, say like general student body senator, like why should they care about their efforts in a general sense? And also with what Senator Suk was saying, I agree with her as well, with the switching from the veto, the 2/3 to 3/4. I agree, it's a big change, and yielding that much power to the president when we've had this level of power within the Senate is a bit concerning. But like, I am willing to get more information, feedback and such on that.
I'm gonna yield to Senator Martinez. Okay.
Yes.
Real quick. Okay, addressing the pardon issue. So I showed Senator Brinderson the legal code, but out of the different types of legislation we're allowed to pass, right? I think easily the vast majority of them, like potentially I'm looking at the letters here, the vast majority of them requires 2/3. So if we want to keep the veto level at 2/3, I think the bigger conversation we need to have is like, do we want the president to have a veto or not? Because as it stands, it makes no sense that to override a presidential veto, you need the same voting threshold that you would need to originally pass the legislation. That's not how any other system of government works. So it completely renders the veto process useless. We could further amend it and say that, like, we could edit the threshold to override a veto for a certain legislation. For example, if you want to say that directional or contractual organizational resolutions require a 2/3 voting approval of the Senate to override a presidential veto, whereas the other ones require 3/4 voting ownership. I'm open to that. But I think that if it takes the same amount of senators to pass legislation to also override a veto, it just makes no sense. AG Carlson.
The voting thresholds we have for everything are typically based on Robert's rules and not necessarily like the legal limit, the legal threshold for any of these things. Realistically, when you keep, if like a voting threshold of a piece of legislation to 2/3, keeping the override for the veto at 2/3 is still fair, because if the president is vetoing it, they can convince the minds of senators who are sitting at the table that maybe it isn't the right option. And only if the 2/3 are 100% convicted are you going to maintain that 2/3 majority. Very rarely are you going to get 2/3 majority on a piece of legislation, and then all of a sudden it turns into 3/4 majority, right? And so in that case, you might as well just change it to a unanimous consent veto, right? And I think the idea there is that it's a check on your guys' power as senators if you increase the limit from 2/3 to 3/4, because realistically, presidents usually have colleagues that sit at your table, and you will never hit the 3/4 threshold. But that's, again, a philosophical question, and depending on what you want, but all of those thresholds are up for you guys to ultimately decide. A bill could even be 50% plus one if you wanted it to. It's just ill-advised.
Okay, I will be now yielding chairship back to Senator Siddiqui.
Yeah, thank you, AG Carlson. I do just want to state as a, just like information for, actually, I lost my train of thought. I'll say it later. Senator Brennerson.
Thank you. Yeah, so to start with the at-large kind of discussion. I think at-large is a relatively good compromise from what we've, the discussion back and forth we had last week. I liked a lot of Carlson's ideas, but I think dividing senators by year was one of my least favorite. Mainly because it leaves out our non-traditional students, our 5th and 6th years. In addition to, like, what's the real difference between a 3rd year and a 2nd year and a 4th year? I feel like that's kind of unnecessary. I feel like it brings up those unnecessary divisions that we're trying to get rid of in the first place. But back to the veto discussion, which I brought up in the first place. Thank you, me. I would say I brought it up just in like a passing discussion with Senator Siddiqui that 3/4 of 18, which is now the amount of senators we are trying to have, is 13.5. So it's just kind of like a weird number. I mean, I like the idea of having it just maybe a little bit more than 2/3. Like if we could have it instead, because 2/3 would be 12 of 18, so maybe we have it 13 of 18. I don't know what presidents have normally done in the past, but the president was only at one meeting all of last quarter, so I don't know, giving them that much power. They don't have to come, they don't necessarily know per se about what's going on, but I do like, a lot of the veto is this sort of like, AG Carlson was saying, it's like, it makes you rethink about it, just kind of brings it back to the table, not necessarily like it's a check per se, but yeah, I think if we bring it to a number where it's not, that doesn't end in 0.5,
Yeah, so I remember the information that I wanted to bring to everyone's attention. Senator Brennerson touched on it heavily. So under the new framework of this Article 6 resolution that we're trying to pass, when we're talking about 2/3 versus 3/4, 12 out of 18 is 2/3 and 14 out of 18 would be 3/4 for next year's Senate. So in the practicality, if the president vetoes a piece of legislation, it only needs 2 more senators to vote yes on it. It's not a very big number. That's all. Senator Amin.
AG Carlson, can we ask for your recommendation?
I think 2 is a significant.
I
Yeah.
agree, but what's your recommendation on the number that we can use in this legislation?
For the 2/3 versus 3/4,
Yeah,
I recommend keeping it at 2/3.
why don't we just listen to our AG?
Because he's not an elected official. What type of question is that? We just gave his feedback on the proposal.
I'm saying we should probably,
Why?
because he's been in that position. He's done this already.
Senator, with all due respect, there's a lot of people who served in the position before. I'm not disrespecting AG Carlson at all. We have great mutual respect for one another, I think. But like, we are the elected officials here. We are the senators. Can we please just like make decisions on our own? Thank you. Senator Wahidola.
I just wanted to add a small comment to live with my perspective from touching a little bit in regards to what I was discussing about, just from personal experiences, like when I was, with regard and just like the ad hoc committee, specifically like committees and everything. I think when it comes to a little bit of the idea, I feel like even in my own further discussion and everything, and something we can talk about also, is that when regards of like, I think we can also recommend between the middle ground is what I think, but I think when it comes to like, I feel like in specifications, classifications, one unfortunate thing that I experienced a lot when a lot of multiple people from multiple social groups, culture groups reached out to me was that a lot of people were actually very capable, I felt like, are more willing to actually become a senator and stuff, but unfortunately, due to the very specific like complications and a lot of things that happened to that, they were unable to run. And that was something I felt was extremely unfortunate that happened with that. And that doesn't have to specifically have to go in regards to the classes issue, but I'm just saying as something to keep in mind about if we're going to be interested about having, maybe when it comes to the offers that we've given, that something that a lot of specifications could probably be a little bit of an issue for the future, if people are interested in running, because I found it a little bit upsetting to see a lot of people that really wanted to become senators, but they were unable to because of these situations. As well as when it comes to like an ability to tackle multiple issues because of the role they're giving, could possibly also be a little bit upsetting too, because people might be interested in multiple issues to tackle that are not really aligned to their role. And I feel like that's something that you think about as well. I don't know, that's something I want to add a little tiny comment, but.
Senator Iden?
I will say I am kind of leaning more towards the 2/3 as of this moment, simply because I do think 3/4 does give the president a lot of, it's a lot of power. And also like, I think when it comes to vetoes, like it's something we don't see that often, and especially since we don't, I'm like wary of going into making this decision of making it harder for the Senate to veto when like, even in like recent years, I can't really think of many times that it has happened. And especially if a veto does happen, I assume there would be reasonings with it, which would also affect the voting decision if we go back into 2/3. But that's just kind of where I'm at with it. And also like, again, this changed, kind of like asking like the why in terms of like why right now, why with this? Because I don't think it's really been a pressing issue in the past as well. Like, we haven't really had much experience with it.
Senator Lawler?
The first thing is that I think we're talking about two completely different issues. So he touched on the veto thing. I wanted to touch on that thing. So maybe we should, chair's discretion, obviously, but like we should reform that. Anyways, sorry, I didn't, but I will add to that point. But that's a true story, by the way, that there was people who applied to the on-campus position who were just straight up not eligible to be on it. Resignations are going to happen in future senates. There's no doubt about it. People get busy. This is not the easiest job in the world. It's going to happen. You're going to get a much broader, more qualified pool of candidates if you have 8 senators at large, rather than, I don't know, split down the middle, have 2.5 senators at large and 3.5 decided by year. I think that's just plainly true and would get rid of the extra work that will have to be done by the way it currently stands, by searching for mostly first years who might not have as much experience as opening it up to the school generally.
And Senator Alcabid?
I agree with the points that were brought up by Senator Lancaroni and Senator Brinderson earlier about the 8 senators at large. I really feel like that would encourage creativity in campaigning, and people would have to like try harder to convince the student body that they're qualified for the job and that they want it. And then I think it's a better alternative to the separating it by school years, because I don't see how the amount of units you completed or how many years you've been here applies to the issues we can tackle on the Senate floor. I yield.
Senator Sandy?
I want to echo Senator Lawler's position. I think that, like, okay, if we were to do a senator at large, I think it's important because this, to me, gives the most equality. Like, everyone is able to, like, sorry, your eyebrows. Okay, everyone's able to apply. Everybody, really funny. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. Okay. For example, I don't really think about I'm not gonna lie. I don't every day come to Senate and be like, you know what, I'm a College of Letters and Science senator. I need to focus on that. And I don't think I don't want to speak on behalf of any of you guys, but I don't know if many of you guys really do your projects based on the position that you're allocated. However, when we are running for Senate, people are restricted from running based on these sort of seemingly arbitrary divisions, and it doesn't make sense to me. Also, having a senator at large position would allow freshmen to get involved in a way that on-campus senators like That was the position mainly for freshmen, however, historically, we've not been able to fill it, and an ad hoc committee, which in the past hasn't been utilized, hasn't been able to fill these positions, and it also seems arbitrary and just not utilized correctly. So this is why I agree with this senator at large idea. I think it's the most equitable idea, and we can get more people involved from different backgrounds, different perspectives, and it doesn't constrain the elections in a way that wouldn't necessarily be reflected when the Senate actually acts. Does that make sense?
Senator Sue,
So, is everyone okay with opening the bill right now and changing the 3/4 back to 2/3? And then just voting on this so we can stop talking about this for another hour?
Senator Iden,
So let's meet halfway. Let's have that at-large position of 4 people.
Nope.
And which still gives anyone the opportunity, and it also allows for an underclassman representative, specifically freshmen, never talked about that issue, who was elected through the RHA, who's gonna be filled into that position. And then we have class representatives, which is also an open position that anyone in their grade could apply for. I think it's a great compromise.
Senator Lala,
No. The whole point of there being a senator at large position is that it is clearly at least a plurality. It's the biggest of the constituencies. Not for it to be literally equivalent to the biggest collegiate seat. Or if you add up transfer senators and international senators, you get to the amount of senators at large. That doesn't make any sense. And frankly, none of the other alternatives work. The thing about years, how are you gonna make that work? There is no way for freshmen to run in the way that we have, unless we want to redefine what it means to be an undergraduate at UC Santa Barbara. The only other option is to only represent 3 out of the 4 years, let alone that people graduate in 2 or 3 years, let alone that people can be in senior standing their freshman year, let alone that they can be here for 6 years. It's just a futile path to go down. So I'm not being arbitrary here by saying that we're not, at least I'm not willing to go down 4, is that you would completely incapacitate the idea behind why we would have senators at large by making it 4. It only makes sense if it is substantially larger than all the other constituencies.
okay, I'm sorry, I am accepting 2 last comments. Please make it brief, and then we have to move on and vote. Senator Iden,
So you're presenting like a rhetorical fallacy of a false compromise, that this is our only choice. This is the only way we can do it, when in fact that we could, there's
speculation.
There's unlimited way that we could distribute these seats. And I personally don't see why you're so against breaking it up to 4 and 4. You consistently are stating, how are we gonna get a freshman, when it's been stated numerous times that it'll be elected through the RHA. There will be a freshman representative. There's always someone elected through RHA. It gets underclassmen exposed to it, AS, and also there's still freedom within your class grades. There's no debating that. Like, I don't think there's any argument that the at-large, like, there's gonna be 4 at-large positions, there's gonna be 4 class grades. I don't see any issue with, they're both very free positions in terms of its openness to anyone applying.
Last one.
2 last.
My idea is that we vote on each thing. So, no, hear me out. Senator Lala is really strong on the 8 at large. Let's vote on that, and then let's vote again separately on the 3/4, and we'll break it up based on that, and then we'll put everything to a vote. Done. You convinced me, I'm with it. I'm with it.
Last comment, discussion, Senator Lala.
Okay, I'm really sorry for the added time that I've spoken on this. I think it's maybe not all necessary. I didn't, as a last thought. Look, you could constitute constituencies. You could reassemble constituencies all you want. You can make a constituency for students 70 and plus if you want, and have, I don't know, 1 person probably be eligible. The question is whether it makes sense or not. So, of course, if I was saying that you can't restructure constituencies another way, I'm wrong and I'm stupid, but I don't think that's what I'm saying. is that this is the only way that it makes sense in a way that it would be open to all students, right? And, oh my God, I gotta think of the last point. Right. You can have freshman representatives, but only if they're elected through RHA halfway into the term. There is no way, this is all I'm saying. And I think it's extremely important that there is no way of electing freshman representatives in the spring elections as we currently have them, and it makes most sense to have elections because they are in high school. And otherwise, they would serve half of the term and they would not be elected under the same umbrella that everyone else is elected in. So imagine half of the US Senate is elected in one term and then the others are kind of just like pushed in there by, I don't know, some other institution that is not the US Senate. I think we move to a vote, honestly.
Okay, thank you. We are now exiting discussion. So if anyone wants to make a motion to go ahead, we are out of discussion. Senator Iden?
The recommendation was we do a vote on the two decisions and then we can go from there on how we're feeling, like the 4 class grade, 4 at large versus the 8 at large. Like an unofficial vote for that.
Okay, so can you just clarify, Senator Iden, the 2 options so I can restate them? correctly?
Yes, the first option is we have 4 at-large seats and 4 class breakdowns, so there'd be a freshman representative, sophomore, junior, senior, and then the senior would also encompass the year. And then the second one would be 8 senators at large.
Senator Lawler?
Could you describe to me how that one freshman seat will be divided under this plan? So it would be left open until fall quarter, is that how it would work?
So the RHA has their own election that happen in the fall, again. And also your option doesn't really allow for freshmen to run or have a freshman representative.
Senator Lala, last comment. Last comment.
Am I stupid? Like, how would you fill? No, seriously, explain it to me like a 5-year-old. How would you fill the freshman spot if you're a freshman, 2025, 26, you are not an undergraduate currently. So that spot would be empty and we're fine with that?
AG Carlson?
Even with 8 at-large positions, how are you gonna get freshmen in that spot? There's no way you can do it unless you change the timeline by the elections. Because if you make it in the quote-unquote uncompetitive.
He's talking about something else.
People run, they're all gonna get filled. And so what I'm saying is, your option either there isn't 8 campus-led senators at large, it's you either move elections to the fall, or you keep them in spring and have
Sure.
RHA candidates serve that remainder of the half term. Those are your guys' 2 options
Sure.
if you want freshmen on the court or Senate.
Yeah.
Sorry.
As it currently stands, there is no way for a freshman to serve on the Senate unless they are appointed. That's plainly true.
And when were they appointed this?
Oh, sorry. If they're full term as a senator, I guess you could begin the spring of your freshman term. Anyways, we can just move to.
Okay, we've been kind of operating out of order, which is like fine, but like I'm gonna enforce it a little bit more strictly now, because like I think it's just getting a little bit too messy. Senator Iden, please be brief.
Explain it like a 5-year-old. They're not running when they're a senior in high school. They come to campus. Residential Housing Association has their own internal election for their representatives, so they are here on campus. They will be chosen as a senator, so they will serve as the Senate seat, and we can stipulate that in the constitutional change. So there will be a freshman senator, and they'll be there in the fall.
So it's open, so the spot is empty.
Henry, Senator Law.
I thought you were going to call me, I'm sorry. That was completely cynical. So that spot is empty for half of the term, yes or no?
No. What is happening?
Oh my God.
We are moving to a vote. Senator Iden, you could please do me a favor and read out both of the options, but after you read out the first one, actually, no, that doesn't make sense. Read out both of the options and then I'll do a vote afterwards.
Okay, so option 1 is we break up this 8 to be 4 at large, so we still retain in that large position, and we have 4 class grades. The freshmen will be represented and elected by the RHA, so only freshmen can vote on that person, and they're guaranteed to have a freshman slot. Otherwise, there will not be a freshman representative. And they'll be sophomore, junior, senior, and 5th year. We can incorporate that. We can change these up based on how we want to see it. The other would be an 8 at-large position. Just generalized, anyone can run, but there would not be a freshman representative included in that.
Okay, we are now going to be moving into a vote. So if you prefer option A, please raise your hand high so I can count.
Wait, 8 being Eight
The
seats,
first option.
8 seats.
Taylor's option.
A and B, as in 1 and 2. like-
So Taylor's option was 8. Okay,
The first option that Senator Iden said.
okay.
Okay, let's just do it. Number 1 and number 2. Option 1, please raise your hand high. Option 1. 1, 2. Sorry. Okay. Who doesn't know what option 1 is? Executive Director?
So I really appreciate debate, I do. But for the minute takers, they really need to be clear about what we vote. And how and what the words are. So maybe just take a beat and clarify the motion that's up for vote.
Going to, going to.
Does that make sense?
Senator Law.
Okay, so option 1 is to break up, so we're agreed on all the other seats. To break it up into 4 senators at large and 4 by year. And then option 2 is to preserve 8 senators at large positions.
Thank you, Senator Lala. Okay, does everyone have that down? Okay, so. AJ Carlson?
Is there an RHA seat included in that option?
The first one, yeah, it's that, there's no other way to do it, so yeah, it's by de facto.
We're gonna be operating in order from now on. Okay, option 1, 4 general seats, the other 4 seats divided by year, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Did you count the votes?
Zoom? Oh, thank you guys for reminding me. Okay, that's 4, thank you. And then now for option 2, just keeping the 8 general senator seats, please raise your hand.
You guys can abstain, don't worry.
That's bro. Okay.
Okay, I counted 11 in favor of the second option and 4 in favor of the first option, so it seems like we want to go with the second option. We are now done with discussion on this legislation, so I'm only accepting motions. Senator Sue?
Wait, I thought we needed to figure out the 3/4
Yeah.
and 2/3 thing.
Senator Amin?
Motion to vote, do I actually motion or do I?
You just open it. Do you guys want to have a discussion about the veto, or do you want to just amend it? You have to motion to open.
Formally vote on section J of, of Article J of section 4, which is the 3/4.
Okay, okay.
Yes is 3/4 and no would be.
Okay. I guess we're doing informal votes now. If you're in favor of keeping the Constitution as is and keeping the 2/3 majority approval of the voting membership of the Senate to override a presidential veto, raise your hand. That's 12. If you're in favor of increasing the requirement to 3/4, please raise your hand. Abstentions? Okay. So Senator Iden,
Motion to open a resolution to update Article 6 of the Associated Students Constitution.
it's been a motion to open a resolution to update Article 6 of the Associated Students Constitution. Or second, Senator Amin,
Second.
seconded by Senator Amin. We're now in discussion. Senator Wahidullah, question has been called by Senator Wahidullah. Are there any objections? Is there any objections to consent? Hearing none, motion passes. Senator Iden,
Motion to amend section 4 subsection J, and replace 3/4 with 2/3.
been a motion by Senator Iden. Is there a second? Senator Amin,
Second.
seconded by Senator Amin. We're now in discussion. Senator Lala,
Call the question.
question has been called by Senator Lala. Are there any objections? Is there any objections to consent? Hearing none, motion passes. Senator Sue,
Motion to go on a resolution to update Article. Oh. I rescind my motion.
Senator Sue,
Motion to close a resolution to update Article 6 of the Associated Students.
Senator Kada.
Second.
It's been a motion to close a resolution to update Article 6 of the Associated Students Constitution by Senator Sue, seconded by Senator Kada. We are now in discussion. Senator Wahidullah. Question has been called by Senator Wahidullah. Are there any objections? Are there any objections to consent? Hearing none, motion passes. Senator Sue,
Motion to vote on a resolution to update Article 6 of the Treasury.
there's been a motion to vote on a resolution to update Article 6 of the Associated Students Constitution, Senator Lala.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lala. We are now in discussion. Senator Longarani.
Call the question?
Question has been called by Senator Longarani. Are there any objections?
Consent.
Any objections for consent? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, we will now be entering into a hand vote. So if you are in favor of passing the resolution, please raise your hand. Okay, noes?
Oh, Zoom.
I counted them.
Yay.
Abstentions? Okay, cool. The vote is 15 yes, 1 no. The resolution passes. So we'll now get a chance to be voted on by the student body. Continuing into old business, the next item that we have is a resolution to update Article 10 of the Associated Students Constitution. Senator Sandy.
Okay, so I've discussed an amendment to this as like taking in feedback from the Senate last week. And Judge Zah has helped me. So basically we changed it from just having an accommodation to like specifying. So it's basically just a reasonable timely extension. So we added the word timely to specify that this, what was used to be an accommodation is now specifically a timely accommodation. And then we also added a cap at the 7th week of spring quarter so that should an accommodation, which is approved, both in consultation with the elections board and the executive director, it's not going to be abused and just keep extending the elections period. There actually will be a cap on if this accommodation is needed. So yeah, open to feedback again, but I just want to reiterate how important this is to let's say like a natural, whatever, something were to happen, but for me specifically, for students observing Passover and or any other religious holidays which may occur. And we've kept this like broad in the Constitution, but that's why this is incredibly important to be passed before the spring election. So open to thoughts, but this is what we worked up. So yeah.
Would the other authors like to speak on the legislation?
And criticism.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna yield chairship to Senator Martinez, for a bit.
To Senator Corsandi, how do you envision this working with Passover? Like, if so, students running that do celebrate Passover, would they vote, with the votes? I would assume that every year someone is gonna observe Passover. So does that mean that you imagine every year the election be put back, or that every year the senator who does celebrate Passover is voted in at a different time? And goes to the-
Okay, that's a good question. Oh, sorry.
Senator Corsandi?
Okay, basically, this is not so that the observant person is voted in at a different time. It's just so that in case an accommodation is needed, because not every year Passover will overlap with Senate, with the elections. Otherwise, if Passover was at the same time every single year, we would have done something else to work around it. However, that's not how it works because it's a different calendar. So this is so that in the case that Passover does overlap, which it might not, then there could be an accommodation. I don't know if I'm fully explaining this clearly enough, but and then if, let's say like Passover overlaps with campaign week, which it will for the spring, it could be like a senator could raise the vote and then it can, like, the elections board can consult and cook up a new election schedule without having that time crunch of needing it to be done by week 5, which was our issue for this election schedule. And that's why we have like that really small, like hard campaigning period in order to extend the soft campaigning period to accommodate for those, you know, it's like too confusing. So I think this is like the best case, to accommodate as much as we can. Yeah, open to any other questions.
Yeah, so like I'm totally on board with the spirit of this legislation. I want to specifically just inquire about the language reasonable and timely extension. I think if it could just be made more specific to list out the examples you're talking about, if you say, you know, unless a reasonable and timely extension is approved due to a natural disaster, due to, you know, something like that, because with the language that's put in there right now, you know, a reasonable and timely extension doesn't really mean anything specific legally. And the procedures to approve this is that, you know, you need Senate approval, and election board approval, and executive director approval. And like, I can see how like it kind of makes it seem like you need multiple levels of approval, but like I'm trying to think about how this would work out in practicality, right? So like if we look at last year, for example, and we say this was in the Constitution last year. If the Senate chose to extend the elections last year, and we had a situation where the executive director or, you know, elections board had to make a decision, and let's say, you know, or let's say 5 years in the future from now, you have a Senate that's partisan towards one direction or the other, and a candidate they're leaning towards, you know, is not ahead in the polls. With the language that's here right now, they can just extend the election, you know, for that time, because there's not specific instances listed out in where an extension would be appropriate. So that's my main gripe with it, is that it leaves, I think elections are incredibly sensitive, and I think the language not being specific enough leaves the door open for a lot of liability issues for the university and the executive director, especially considering elections and how important they are, and also just potentially partisan decisions by elected officials in the future.
Senator Mead? I'm gonna disagree with you, Senator Susan, because I think the more vague language, especially when it comes to something like this, leaves it up to elections board, which is kind of what you want in a situation like this. Because if you use very specific language and you say natural disasters specifically, and when something happens that isn't a natural disaster, then what's supposed to happen? So when you use more vague language, it's up to the board, and they can use their own judgment instead of specific language that's in the legal code. That's my 2 cents. Thank you. Senator Corzine?
Yeah, when I was first writing this, I thought it would be better to keep it vague. Like, I see where you're coming from. Would you be agreeable for me to put it, instead of like specifically natural disasters and religious holidays, more so like, for example, or like this, it's not only limited to this, but like these are examples of when this accommodation could be used. Like, I don't know, you can help me with the wording, but something along those lines.
Senator Iden?
I would rather it stay vague. I kind of like the idea of also just, if we give elections board more power in this scenario where it's like, or maybe the executive, we could play around with that where it's not just a Senate vote, but we could also leave it up to a third party. I think the only issue is like if elections board doesn't get filled, but spring, it's definitely gonna get filled. So we like the election board holds a vote to extend, and the Senate has to further approve that. So there's an extra check and balance. And then it keeps it flexible with what a reasonable accommodation is.
For Senator Morsandy's point, yes, I would like to add those examples. But to quickly address Senator Iden's point, even thinking under that framework doesn't directly make sense into how it will work out in practicality, because the Senate has to approve the elections board minutes because they're a legislative administrative committee. So like they work for the Senate, right? They carry out the tasks that we don't have time to do. So us approving something and then sending it to elections board doesn't make sense. It would make more sense for it as the opposite. Like first elections board approves it, then it has to go to the Senate vote. I think the issue with keeping it vague is exactly the issue that I pointed out before, is like when like a reasonable and timely extension, you know, I guess like I understand the intention of keeping it vague and the point of keeping it vague, because like, you know, things like COVID happen, like insane things happen all the time that we can't predict because we live in a world with 8 billion people. But at the same time, I just think Leaving language this vague leaves the door open for so many partisan abuses of power. If the Senate can just, extend the election if they think it's reasonable and timely, that just doesn't mean anything.
Senator Ivan.
My only issue with like specifically mentioning religious holidays is like, if one religious holiday gets accommodated and then in future years another doesn't, that adds a lot of like legal liability with that and like what we choose to accommodate. Just like to clarify my previous idea, it's that it's like what you were kind of saying, the election board would approve it and then we would further approve it, so there's a double, but the Senate inherently cannot approve it.
Senator Pressley.
Okay, I agree with having the elections board approve it, or it go to the elections board first and then the Senate, kind of like what you both were saying. And then let me know what you guys think about this, but that's why I wanted to keep it vague exactly to Senator Iden's point. But I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about this, so we could add underneath it or something like examples of reasons for an accommodation may include but is not limited to natural disasters, religious holidays, and whatever. So like may include but is not limited to, so that way it's not it must be this and only this. But let me know what you guys think.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Pressley.
I wanted to make a suggestion on specific language. I would say, I agree with the religious holidays point. I think I agree with saying like, for example, natural disasters, but like I would put language in there that says that any event that significantly impairs the ability of a large number of students to run in the election, just so we can make it explicitly clear. You can only extend the election in unprecedented circumstances, because this should not be like a common thing.
Senator, sorry, Pressley.
Okay, I like that. However, I don't know if Jewish students would fall under a large number of students. And even if it's just one Jewish student running, to me, that is enough for an accommodation.
I agree with the spirit of like your last point, but like, let's say one person is like, I don't know if anyone here is in the audience or in the center, like no offense, but like, someone's Zoroastrian and they have a holiday.
Yeah.
Like, everyone matters, but we have to run an election. So, I think that I lost my train of thought.
All right, I just want to remind everyone that it's 10:35 and we still have to talk about the closed session, so, Senator Iden.
Yeah, I was just gonna like, this is kind of like also like the point I made last week, which is also like no accommodation in a way is the fairest for everyone, which sucks, but it also like avoids a lot of like legal repercussions in this, like what we approve and what we don't. However, I do think we could get around it if we leave it how it is and just, again, leave it with elections board, because that is the checks and balance and we don't have to keep it vague and it will still have to get further approved.
Senator Corsanti.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep this brief. I will say that this is an incredibly important thing that we need to do. Like, I understand a no accommodation, blah, 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 blah. Jewish students are 14% of the population at UCSB. If like Passover coinciding with elections has swayed many Jewish students not to run, let's say it sways all, that's 14% of the student population not running. And to me, that's a problem. So that's why I think having some sort of method of accommodation is important. I like this. I think if we leave it up to the elections board and maybe with elections board bylaws, we can expand further so that it's not implemented in the Constitution. Maybe that would be the best way to go about this. But also this must be voted by the student body. So we leave it up to that. But if you guys are all agreeable to this, I would really like to pass this. And then I do agree that it needs maybe a little bit more specification so that we don't cause problems, but maybe that can be done in the bylaws. Yeah.
Senator Me.
I think I'm very, very much in favor of leaving the language as is, just to compromise so that we can kind of get this done today. What if the language that we use is whatever's there, and then such as natural disasters and COVID-19 and or just natural disasters and COVID-19.
Or, okay. I like what, Senator Siddiqui said, we can say such as anything. Sorry, remind me what you said, anything that would impair a significant amount of students from election proceedings. Okay. And then, okay, I'm good with that. And then also switching up, making it clear that it would be run by the elections board first and then approved by the Senate. So, okay. I'm gonna make a motion. Don't you?
Senator Kulisandi.
Okay, motion to open a resolution to update Article 10 of the Associated Students Constitution.
Senator Oakley.
Second.
Okay, I will now be yielding chair back to Senator Siddiqui.
I think that's okay. Is it? Okay. 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 Wait. Approved by a 2/3 vote of the elections board, which is then to be approved by the Senate. Is that good? Good language? Okay.
Senator Hosseini.
Motion to amend a resolution to update Article 10 of the Associated Constitution. Section 2, time of the elections, to, unless a reasonable and timely extension is approved by a 2/3 vote of the elections board, which is then further approved by a 2/3 vote of the Senate in consultation with the executive director. However, this extension shall not exceed the 7th week of the spring quarter.
It's been a motion by Senator Hosseini, is there a second? Senator Amin,
Second.
seconded by Senator Amin, you're now in discussion. Senator Al-Khatib.
I still don't see how that, like, I like Dan's point earlier, or sorry, Senator Siddiqui's point earlier, about bringing it back specifically to conditions that inhibit the election proceedings, so I really feel like that should be added.
Point of order. We're in the middle of the motion.
You're in discussion.
We were,
You seconded the motion, and then I said, now we're in discussion.
oh,
Senator Sandy.
Yeah, so I definitely do think that we should expand. However, I don't think putting it in the Constitution is the best method. I think specifying in the elections code, the bylaws, is a better way to go about this to avoid any like JC cases or anything like that. Like, I think putting it in the Constitution would cause more problems, but I do agree that specifying it is important. However, putting it in the bylaws, I think, is the best place to do so. We're still in discussion.
Senator Hosseini.
I rescind my motion. Taylor wants to.
Motion's rescinded. Senator Iden.
Motion to amend Article 10, Section 2 to state general elections shall be completed by the 5th week of the spring quarter unless a reasonable and timely extension is approved by a 2/3 vote of the elections board following a 2/3 confirmation of the Senate in consultation with the executive director. However, this extension shall not exceed the 7th week of the spring quarter.
There's been a motion by Senator Iden. To a second. Senator Sandy.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Sandy. We're now in discussion. Senator Corlew.
Wait, did we finish the motion to open the resolution?
Yeah, we did.
Yes. Senator
I mean,
Sandy.
I feel like it should be more specific, because even if we say a large amount of the student population, 14% of the student population is a significant amount.
point of information. Our minute takers are you guys saying that we have it posted?
Senator Iden.
Call the question. We're in discussion. If we're in discussion, right?
We never left. Okay, we're still in the motion open. Yeah, we're still in discussion. So the resolution is open. And we're making. Okay, so he called the question. Are there any objections to the call to question? Consent. So just to be clear, that means no one wants to make it more specific than objecting to the call.
Wait, I thought this was the open.
Yeah, this is open.
We're finishing the.
Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Thank you guys for bearing with me. Motion to amend Article 10, Section 2 to state general election shall be completed by the 5th week of the spring quarter unless a reasonable and timely extension is approved by a 2/3 vote of the elections board following a 2/3 confirmation of the Senate in consultation with the executive director. However, this extension shall not exceed 7.
Point of order. The minute takers are saying that the bill isn't even open yet, so we can't even amend
Just,
the resolution.
did we not just finish the motion to amend the bill or open the bill?
There was a very clear motion to open the resolution that was made by Senator Harsandy and seconded by Senator Elkins. It's on the
Okay.
agenda.
We did just call.
We did one question.
Senator Iden just called the question.
Okay, that motion stands. It's good. Cool.
Senator Noon,
Second.
seconded by Senator Meehan. We are now in discussion. Senator Henderson,
I'm not gonna vote for this if we don't make it more specific.
Senator Harsandy,
Okay, I want to reiterate, I agree with making it more specific. Yes, I 100% agree. I just think it would be better in the bylaws. Otherwise, if we specify, it leads so much more up, like, in case, okay. With the Zoroastrian example, sorry, don't want to offend, but with the Zoroastrian example, if, no, I'm not.
order, come on, go.
Whatever. With the Zoroastrian example, if I were to put religious holidays or like even significant number that leaves so much up for interpretation in the Constitution, it's just not a good idea. I 100% agree with making it specific. I want everyone to know that, and you have my word that I will work with the elections board to put it in the bylaws to add this, the specifics, and you already know what the language is going to be because I said it out loud. Natural disasters and religious holidays as an example, or significant, whatever. I just think putting it in the bylaws will leave it more simple and just better. But I see where you're coming from and I agree. That's all. Thank you.
We're in discussion. Senator Harsandy,
Call the question.
question has been called by Senator Harsandy. Are there any objections?
Objections.
Are there any objections
Objection.
to the consent?
Objection.
Is there an objection by Senator Elkins? What's the nature of your objection?
And I just had more to discuss.
Okay, we're now back in discussion.
Sorry, yeah.
So I still don't understand how adding it to the bylaws would be any better. And then, I also still don't feel like the suggestion made by Senator Siddiqui was acknowledged or like, I really feel like that's a good, compromise. By bringing it back to, like how any of these, how circumstances could, inhibit election proceedings, because I feel like that's best for the student body.
Okay. We have 4 minutes until we're kicked out, if I'm correct, Executive Director. I think we just have to move to AS Main. I love a suit guard, but like, they always want to end the meetings, but like, sometimes there's a lot of stuff to do and you have to get the stuff done. That's the most important thing, is getting everything done. So I don't know if you want to start that process now, since you get kicked out in 4 minutes.
Wait, I agree.
Does everyone agree? If anyone's strongly against meeting in AS Main, like, that's cool too. Okay, Senator Iden?
One last thought, just to end this. I think this is a pretty reasonable change. It's going to add a check and balance, so elections board has to approve it. It's gonna be clearly defined in their bylaws. If you'd like, we could also throw in the approval of the executive director to make it more succinct on what is, reasonable accommodation, and then it further needs to be approved by the Senate. So there's multiple checks and balances that could be placed in here, and I think it's more than reasonable to allow for accommodation, because it already happens anyway, because we rarely ever hit the 20%.
Senator Harsandy?
Okay, I'll finish that and then I'll motion to, do we have the motion to get into a recess? We don't? Yes, we do. Okay, whatever. I'll just say that, significant, I like what he said, but significant can be up to interpretation. I think 40% is significant. Another person might know. So that's all. Now I motion to put it, no, okay. Sorry.
Senator Martinez?
I make a motion to temporarily enter a 15-minute recess to move the Senate from the flying A room to ASMA.
The motion by Senator Martinez, is there a second? Senator Iden, seconded by Senator Iden, we're now in discussion, Senator Longarani. Question has been called by Senator Longarani, are there any objections?
Consent.
Consent, hearing none, motion passes. Now move on. Oh my God. So we have this.
No, seconds it.
All right, can everyone start to get seated, please?
I deleted it. Alright, if I'm just sitting there, y'all gotta speak up.
Is this Caesar dressing? I thought it was fucking red.
AI minute taker thing, taking minutes.
Sorry.
For everybody. For everybody's information, the mic is in the center of the room, so please speak up. The acoustics are bad. Secondly, once we get the recording done or started up, we can then take notes. Is that okay?
Okay, it's streaming live on Facebook. I can't tell if the AI thing is taking notes, though. It says nothing. Yeah, we're live streaming on Facebook. I don't know if the AI is taking notes, though.
Just received firms.
Huh?
You've just received.
Can you share it to my personal email? I'm like kind of logged out of my ass. I'm here.
Okay, I just.
Wait, I'm gonna be so ready.
You're so bad. What's it make you so bad? When speaking of the nuclear facility, I have. I'm really so bad. I found Netflix today. And like that. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I really walked in, like, oh, it's not here to babysit. Not even like, oh, it's so straight. I'm like, I was like before my okay mentor, like, bro, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm like, that was no, I was sending the police email middle of Sunday. So honestly, I would never say it. I'm so late.
Good seeing
You didn't see me today. You're sick. Okay, so what? Man, item eight.
Just like follow all his, they just like take notes of the motions that people make.
Like, it's just like that. Okay, so my. I get 10.
We'll catch up in
Not gonna.
Yeah. Guys, can we please start?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I genuinely did not notice. I like spaced the fuck out for a second. I'm like not here. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna send me
They're not weird. All right, recess over. Recess is over. We are now back in session. We are back in discussion on a resolution to update Article 10 of the Constitution. We are still in discussion.
Where's the motion?
Which motion, Senator?
It was a motion to pass the changes I presented.
Did we not approve that motion?
No, there was an objection at the consent. So the objection at the consent either needs to be rescinded or we have to go to a vote.
Wait, but there was an objection to the call to question.
Go, yeah, call question.
So we went back into discussion.
Yes, you're right. So we're discussing about that motion.
Yeah. So we are now in discussion. Senator Sandy?
Okay, I just want to reiterate one more time my thoughts. I think that putting the specifications, and I really did like the line that, Senator. Okay, I'll say this. I want to reiterate, that I do agree with adding specifications. I really liked Senator Siddiqui's addition of saying, like, this would apply if it impacted a significant amount of students. However, I just think the word significant is too much up for interpretation, in my opinion, and this can be debated. I don't think we should debate it longer, but I simply think that it would be the most beneficial to include the specifications that I will include in the bylaws, and I would like to write it. Senator, I didn't expand if you'd like. You want to say anything? No. Okay, well, anyways. Oh. Wait, call the question. I call.
Senator Alphaville?
Oh, sorry.
Well, technically you can't say something, but it's fine. Call the question. Question has been called. Are there any objections? Objection by Senator Alphaville.
Okay, I just, there's no guarantee that those changes will be added to the bylaws.
Senator Iden?
There's no guarantee any changes ever added to the bylaws. We say it and we do it. Regardless, there's a check and balance in place, even if it isn't added right now, but if you want to guarantee that change happens, then you could be a part of the process of writing that legislation.
Senator Rosandy?
Yeah, I would love to work on it with you if you want. It, like, this still needs to be passed by the student body, but in the case that it does pass, I would love to work on it with you people to add.
I just want to ask, are the changes reflected on the doc?
I sent it in the group chat. So for me.
The group me?
I don't know. I'll have access.
Is this one on the agenda? Cause
It is, I wrote it in. It's that. It's the
I know, but I'm saying like the resolution on the agenda, it's showing the old language.
I'm not able to edit.
We have to pass the motion before it's changed.
Okay, so we're still in discussion?
Yeah.
Okay, Senator Rosandy?
I can add, I can change it in the legislation on the things that I don't.
Just, we need to finish the motion to amend it, and then you can make the changes. Wait, someone needs to, we're in call to question right now, so someone has to call to question, and then continue on from there.
Senator Mean,
Call question.
question has been called. Are there any
Point of
objections?
order. You can't call the question on your own. motion. You were the second of the original.
Yeah, you were the second. You were
Senator
second.
Lala,
I was like,
question has been called. Are there any objections?
Consent.
Consent, are there any objections to consent? Hearing none, motion passes, the amendments are now entered into the record. Okay, so
Motion to close the thing.
there's been a motion to close a resolution to update and the Associated Students Constitution, Senator Arsandy,
second.
second by Senator Sandy. We're now discussing. Senator Wheeler, call the question. Are there any objections to consent? Are there any objections to call the question?
Consent.
Are there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes.
Wait, I didn't.
So, what?
I didn't write down, sorry, proposed it and seconded it. Okay.
First,
Did I propose that?
first, second, call the question.
Senator Martinez?
Okay, so I wouldn't, okay, I just wanted to say, does anyone want to be second pro temp to take notes on this faster so that it won't be, too much on Carly?
No, I gotta see it.
Are you sure? Okay, if anyone else would like to, please let us know so that we can help Carly. When-
Senator Iden?
Motion to pass a resolution of the Article 10 of the Associated Students Constitution.
Okay, before that, could we just get an updated version of the doc?
Yeah,
So students can see this pass.
I need to edit access. I just requested.
Who owns the doc?
Oh, please don't.
Yeah, I think it should.
Alright, you know what? Executive Director?
I'm not sure if the minute takers are, position is like the way it was.
the new items in terms of.
Sorry. So we don't have access. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna file, make a copy of it. And then just add that to the agenda and put in the amendments. So if someone, actually, no, it's, yeah, if someone could just restate the amendments, so I can.
Restate the amendment.
Yeah, just restate.
General elections shall be completed by the 5th week of spring quarter, unless a reasonable and timely extension is approved by a 2/3 vote of the election board, following a 2/3 confirmation of the Senate, in consultation with the executive director. And then however this extension out to December.
Following a 2/3 vote by the Senate, comma, in consultation with the executive director.
But 2/3 confirmation of the Senate.
Following a 2/3 confirmation of the Senate. And then the last one to say the same, 27.
Yes.
Okay, those amendments have now been reflected on the stock. So I'm gonna be accepting motions on this legislation, but I can go ahead and add it to the agenda now. So over Sandy,
Motion to pass a resolution to update Article 10 of the Associated Students Constitution.
the motion to pass a resolution to update Article 10 of the Associated Students Constitution. Is there a second? Senator Iden.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Iden. We are now in discussion. Please, everyone speak up. Senator Lala.
Call the question.
Question has been called by Senator Lala. Are there any objections? Are there any objections to the consent? Hearing none, the motion passes. Okay, now moving on, back into new business. That's right. You need to do it hand vote. Okay, so we're gonna begin a hand vote on a resolution to update Article 10 of the Associated Students Constitution. I want everyone to pay attention, please. So if you want to vote yes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm counting 6 yes, no's.
Don't forget online.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna research. If you want to vote yes, please raise your hand. Okay, counted 8 no's. 2 no's, abstentions. 2 no's, 4 abstentions, 8 yes. Do we only have 14 people?
Abstentions don't count toward the vote reduction, so take it to.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out, like, for the agenda, like, the numbers of voting.
No, abstentions don't count.
So we have 15 people. 15 people. The vote is 8 yes, 2 no's, motion passes. Now moving back into new business, Senator Biden.
Motion to reconsider from the previous agenda and table indefinitely the resolution updating Article 5.
There's been a motion by Senator Iden. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Peterson. We are now in discussion. I'm gonna yield chairship to Senator Martinez.
Alrighty. Could you repeat your motion, please?
Yeah. It was, motion to reconsider from the previous agenda and table indefinitely the resolution updating Article 5.
People,
Indefinitely.
sorry, I'm like
No, you're good.
sharing and doing this at the same time. Okay, Senator Siddiqui.
Yeah, we're still in discussion, so I want to address briefly a lot of the points that were brought up earlier around Article 5. By the Attorney General and the people. Look, I think that tackling the problem of rollover and tackling the problem of making sure our fees are used in the most efficient way is not going to be solved by just increasing the threshold. I think everyone here is in agreement on that. It's a complex issue, and it's not going to be solved by a single piece of legislation. A lot of the amendments to Article 5 that the Attorney General proposed, I think, were great, and I would love to include them and get them passed this year. However, I've had discussions with Senator Iden about this. I don't think the Article 5 resolution, as it stands, has anything that's necessarily bad about it in terms of increasing the vote thresholds. I still stand behind increasing the vote thresholds, and I still stand behind making sure that reaffirmations change from every 2 years to every single year. I also want to emphasize that by passing this now, instead of indefinitely tabling it, students would be able to vote on it in winter, and we could see these changes reflected in the spring general election for this year, for Article 5. That's just my 2 cents on it. I would like to see this passed today. If people have like amendments they want to make, I'm fine with that, but I would really like to see students vote on this quarter. And again, us passing this is not, enumerating this into the Constitution. I agree with the points that the Attorney General, a lot of other senators made, that students need to have a larger voice in this discussion. And I think the perfect way to do that is to bring the issue to them immediately and let them decide.
Senator Iden.
So the reason why I want to table this for now is I want to work on it, and especially in collaboration with the Attorney General on creating a section for the Constitution regarding what we do with rollover funds. In terms of like cost benefit, there is not much benefit of passing it now compared to like the seats change, which is a very important timely matter because we want these seats in spring. In terms of going through another election cycle with the way things currently are, it's not necessarily a bad thing. So I'd rather come back at these changes in the spring election when have more sections prepared. We can have this discussion. This is a very long discussion. Passing it now and getting it voted on in the winter is not necessarily the most important thing out of all the things we need to be passing today.
Senator Brenderson.
Yeah, I was the only vote no on this bill. So I'm gonna have to definitely agree with Senator Iden on this one. From what I heard from the BCUs I'm in contact with, they're scared. They 2/3 is high for reaffirming a lock-in fee, and the jobs of the BCUs is not to campaign. The jobs of the BCUs is to provide their mission statement. The job is to help the student body. It's not to say, hey, we deserve this money. That's the bare minimum. Multiple have failed that high threshold in the past. I like the 50%. I like the idea to even increase the percentages for new proposals. I think 3/4 is very high, and I'm gonna go back to my original argument. I feel like this is trying to fix a problem that's it's not the appropriate way to fix the problem. Our problem is low turnout. Just increasing the threshold for a low turnout, that doesn't really fix anything. We want more people to vote. Increasing the threshold on the lower amount of people that vote, it's not completing our true votes here.
Senator Suk.
I disagree with the turnout thing. I feel like this isn't trying to solve low turnout, it's trying to solve just us accumulating more money than not doing anything with it. But I do feel like having a discussion with BCUs is smart, because on paper, this might seem like you're trying to take away their jobs or their funding. And I think miscommunication with BCUs got people in trouble before. So I think we should, the liaison committee should go out and tell people what's happening and have ample time to do So that's why I pushed it.
Alrighty, I'll be using chairship back to Senator Siddiqui.
Okay, Senator Sandy,
Question.
what was so you're calling the question on the original motion by Senator Iden?
But there's no second.
Yeah, I seconded it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
My bad.
This was seconded it. Okay, are there any objections to the call to question? Consent. Consent. Are there any objections to the consent? Hearing none, the motion passes. No, we tabled it. Is that? No, it's for the passage of any legislation. Yeah, passage. That's correct. Senator Biden, if there's an Article 7 resolution, you want the motion? Very. Did you know about that last meeting? It was not good. We passed it, so you need to reconsider. Oh, you want to reconsider that? Well, I'm not saying anything, but the amendments made. And we passed it last week, so. I had no issue with our consent this week.
Yeah. That's you.
Also, Senator, we did discuss this before.
I totally like that.
Senator,
I'm with you. Do you want, should I motion it back on the agenda or you want to motion to reconsider? Or
I would motion to reconsider what we did last meeting, then motion with the new version.
I'm still subject to this.
Yeah, so like, wait, actually, technically, you shouldn't have been, because. Yeah, but we're also. All right, order, we are still in session. Senator Iden, anyone? Senator Iden?
Motion to reconsider a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution from the previous agenda and add it to today's agenda.
There's been a motion made by Senator Iden. Is there a second? Senator Al-Khatib,
Second.
seconded by Senator Al-Khatib. We are now in discussion. Senator Orsandi, question has been called by Senator Orsandi. Are there any objections? Are there any objections to consent? Hearing none, motion passes. So the new version is now on the agenda. We are still entertaining motions for Article 7 resolution. Senator Iden?
Would you want to yield chairship and just discuss the changes that were made?
Yes. I'm gonna yield chairship to Senator Martinez.
Alrighty, so we're open to discussion. Senator Singh? Siddiqui?
Yeah, I'll keep this pretty brief. There's two changes that we made to Article 7. I think the primary one is for the internal vice president, again, section BE. They're gonna serve as the primary representative for undergraduate students on all academic matters. This is just going in concert with the proposed amendments that we have for Article 6 regarding senators. Everything else has stayed the same from last week, besides two other amendments. So for AA, we expanded upon the definition of just professional staff to more services of the association, including operations and property. For section E, we just kind of further enumerated power of the president. So if anyone has confusion over this clause, as it stands right now, with the bylaws language, with executive orders, the president can issue a directive to any entity, organization, or individual to execute or refrain from certain actions. So this kind of it serves as almost not a complete check, but it just further enumerates that when it comes to personnel decisions, that is in the power of the president. However, it can always be challenged by judicial council, as is with any executive order. Other than that, I believe everything else. Oh, yes, very important. For the student advocate general, we are officially designating that executive position as the primary officer to handle technology. Alvin really wants his office to focus on technology. And in my opinion, I think that the president and IVP have so many duties already, they're not able to complete the full breadth of their jobs. I think adding more tasks to their jobs wouldn't be as effective, especially when I think Alvin has been doing a pretty great job so far. So that's why I made the changes I made. I don't know if I missed anything.
Senator Iden?
No problem.
Senator Iden?
I just wanted to bring up, I do have an issue with I think I would put this with section B under the IVP of having jurisdiction over all matters pertaining to AS professional staff, human resources, auditing, organization, and management. That just seems like a lot of internal power over everything, and I am in opposition to that.
Senator Siddiqui?
If the IVP wouldn't be more directly involved in talking to human resources professional staff and dealing with AS professional staff in terms of working with them and giving them certain directives to better assist the internal entities of the association, who would you propose to take on that role instead? Because as of right now, all of these issues are fully carried out by staff when we talk about human resources and the organization. So my intention was to try to offload it to the student leadership.
Senator Iden?
I love that. I love that thought. I just think the wording is like having jurisdiction over all matters is a very powerful way to frame it. Jurisdiction is like supreme control. I would just opt to take that out and leave it as serve as the representative over all matters pertaining to the this and this. Jurisdiction is like giving them it's a lot of power.
Senator Siddiqui?
What if we made a motion, we took out the words and have jurisdiction over all matters pertaining to, and then just put a comma after internal affairs. So the full clause would say, serve as the representative of associate students in all internal affairs including professional staff, human resources, auditing, organization, and management practices. I understand your opposition to the word jurisdiction, but like, my intention with doing this is that I very much so want internal vice president to be focused on these issues. I think these are some real important issues facing the association, and I want to dedicate an executive officer.
I see what you mean. I do agree. I like having them involved in all, like, everything you've listed. I'm just trying, I'm thinking of another way to phrase it without using the word jurisdiction. I don't like the idea of giving like one, executive officer, like basically supreme authority over these things. I am unsure where to go from this point, if anyone has any other ideas.
Senator Law.
I think items would be the most solution of phrasing it of something other than jurisdiction, does that make sense? I think we want to stray away from executive centralization wherever possible. And I agree with the idea that we should have an executive president to make these decisions and have much more of a voice we currently do. So I'm forgetting what your alternative was, but I think that really makes sense.
Yeah, so my suggestion was to, the full clause would say, serve as the representative, sorry, wasn't. Serve as the representative of associated students in all internal affairs, including matters pertaining to AS professional staff, human resources, auditing, organization, management practices.
I love that.
Yes, executive director.
To the chair. Chair. To the chair.
Yes.
So the issue is, anything that contradicts the agenda policy. That's what we have. And so, university are employees of the board. And so there is. I think raise red flag. For all constitutional amendments. The regent policy says that, it coincides with state law and state. And so there's no gray area. You know what I mean?
Thank you very much. Senator Zabiki.
The first duty of the president in the Constitution has been stated before, I don't even know how many years, says that the president shall be responsible for the functioning of the AS executive director. So does that clause violate regental policy, and how has that clause been allowed to stay in the Constitution? So if it violates a higher policy.
Is that a question?
Yes, executive director.
So the way it's mediated, this position of cabinet is that the position that I hold as a dotted line relationship with vice chancellor. And so in real terms, that's how it works. I'm the only position that has dual responsibility. Everyone else is responsible. And so the delegation of authority was crafted. I'm tired. I didn't read. That.
Thank you, executive director. Does anyone else?
The only thing I would add is that, by labor law, every individual person needs to actually clear that there's vacancies, right? And students and undergraduates, not undergraduates or careers. Just want to make sure that it's on the record in terms of how that's driven. Yeah.
Senator Arden?
Chair.
Yeah, thank you, executive director. Senator Iden.
Motion to open a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution.
There's been a motion to open a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution. Do we have a second? Senator Langrani.
Second.
There's been a second. Do I have a question? Senator Wahid Duda.
What question?
Okay, the question has been called. Do I hear an objection? Okay, motion passes. Senator Iden.
Motion to amend section 2, subsection E. Whatever, B, serve as the representative of the Associated Students of all internal affairs. Sorry, what's that? And remove and have jurisdiction. Overall matters. Your statement would read, serve as the representative of associate students in all internal affairs pertaining to AS professional staffing, resources, auditing, organization.
Alrighty, so there's been a motion, nobody has written it down
I'm
yet.
I'm
so-
copying and pasting it from the legislation.
Okay, so then I'll read it out right now.
Is the new Article 7 on the agenda? Here, I can include it.
Alrighty, there's been a motion to amend the. Yes, Senator Iden?
I hate to be that guy, but we've been editing the wrong bill. We're now opened up the wrong bill.
No, I just, I added.
It's a completely different bill that we've been looking at. Like, legally, that's not good to like open one bill that everyone was looking at and then like, oh, it's actually this one with amendments. So like, we're gonna have to close and like table that one indefinitely and keep this one. I don't know.
Wait, okay.
I rescind my motion.
Okay, your motion is rescinded.
Let's rapid fire this really fucking quickly.
Do you wanna take notes? Do you wanna put it in the agenda?
Yeah, so, well, we're still in a motion
Okay,
to amend.
no, the motion was rescinded.
Okay,
Yeah,
Okay, we're gonna have to
okay,
close this, table this indefinitely, and we have to motion this one onto the agenda for it to be legal.
okay. Senator Iden.
Motion to close a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution.
Okay, there's been a motion to close and table,
Can we do it together? Yeah.
Yeah.
Motion to close and table a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution.
okay, there's been a motion to close and table resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution. Yeah, yeah, okay. Do we have a second? Seconded by Senator Wiggins. Go ahead. Second, do I hear a question? Senator, Sandy?
Call the question.
Well, the question has been called. Do I hear any objections?
Consent.
Yeah.
Consent. Okay, I hear no objection. The motion passes. Senator Iden?
Motion to add a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution with amendments to today's agenda.
Okay, there's been a motion by Senator Iden to add a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution with amendments to today's agenda. Do I hear a second? Seconded by, Senator Grisanti.
Second.
There's been a second. Do I hear a question? Senator Langrani. The question has been called. Do I hear an objection?
Consent.
Consent.
There's been consent. Okay, hearing none, the motion passes.
Okay, everyone needs to open the new window.
Okay. Senator Siddiqui.
Motion to pass a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution with amendments.
Did we? Yes, yes.
I rescind my motion.
Okay, motion has been rescinded. Do you have the pass?
I think we're fine. What do you mean we should do that?
Okay. Senator Siddiqui.
Motion to pass a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution with amendments.
There's been a motion by Senator Siddiqui to pass a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution with amendments. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Senator Richardson. Do I hear a question? Senator Iden? The question has been called. Do I hear objections? Okay, hearing none, the motion passes. Oh, but now we have to go into a hand vote. Okay, so there's gonna be yes, no, and abstentions. So, first we're gonna go yes. For the people who want to pass this, raise your hands. $13, $14. Okay, so there's 14 yeses, nos. Do I see any nos? Abstentions? Okay, 1 abstention. Okay, having the vote, the motion passes. Nice. Congrats. Alrighty, I'm yielding chairship back to Senator Siddiqui.
Okay, now we're in action items, but I wanted to propose 3 edits to the elections code. Then want to go fast, so can I?
Yes, okay.
I'm yielding chairship back to Senator Martinez.
Alrighty, so now we're in action items. Senator Siddiqui? Oh, the 2024, 25 elections code, Senate version.
Okay, so I have like 3 very small edits, that I want to make to the elections code. The first one is regarding the end when, policy 37 of standing policies and procedures that is no longer valid because of the constitutional change that we made, so we should eliminate that. And then there's 2 other edits that I want to make that are more substantive. I can go into them right now. They're not huge. The first one is, and this is just like small tweaks that I found, like going through this again today before we ratified it. But under section 2, subsection C, E, the clause that states that, section 2 candidates, by the way, under independent candidates, the clause that states that independent candidates can be endorsed by current elected Associated Students members who are not running for a position in the election. I think just eliminate that. I think if you're an independent candidate, you should be able to get endorsed by anyone. Again, this won't even go into effect until we have political parties next year, but it was just a change that I noted. The second amendment that I want to make may require more discussion, and I'm open to it. And I'm also open to potentially keeping this in, but just changing the language a bit. It's specifically section 7, campaign procedures, subsection C, campaign literature and materials, and then subsection, I believe it's listed as F. Yeah, subsection F. Under C, it's specifically the clause that states that no campaign included but not limited to flowers, blogs, signs, online posts, social media, and public announcements can denounce or condemn other candidates or slates of candidates during the Associated Students election process. I'd like to change the words denounce or condemn to something more strong. I feel like having a clause in there saying that like you can't denounce or condemn other candidates doesn't really make sense if you disagree with them on a policy basis. It seems like a First Amendment violation. I'd be in favor of amending the language of denounce or condemn to maybe include slander or just, you know, aggressive or harsh language. But I think the language that's in the elections code right now is just way too restrictive. And I think that it kind of plays into the larger discussion we've been having about, you know, political parties. And it's like, you know, I think the consensus that most of us came to here in this room is like, even if we eliminated political parties, they're gonna form unofficially. You can't get rid of factions, you can only mitigate them. And I think this goes back into this, like we all ran for this position, like we know that the election was very, like, I don't know how to articulate this, but like, this clause didn't do anything, basically. It's done nothing to really remedy or better the campus climate in terms of like candidates running for the election. It seems to be too restrictive. So I'd just like to change the words denounce or condemn to something else.
Senator Lala?
Kind of disagree with both of those. First off, since you kind of said until we have party systems next year as a given, it's not been voted on, it's not been decided at any level that we will have one. As it currently stands, we do not have a party system. And candidates being able to endorse one another creates this weaker version of a party system, essentially a chain link between candidates in a way that you can reasonably deduct that they will be a part of the same movement or part of the same agenda. So I don't see why we would do that. It seems entirely reasonable that an outgoing elected officer would be able to endorse someone because they think that they're highly capable, but not for someone who's currently competing for that said reason. Secondly, denounce is absolutely not the same as disagree. Denounce or condemn. You can disagree with someone without either denouncing or condemning. Slander is a legal criteria. I mean, you don't need it to be in the Constitution for you to know not to be unwise enough to not slander someone, because you could be taken to trial for it. I think denounce as it currently is has worked well enough, has made our elections less tense or less toxic where they could have gone off a very destructive cliff. I don't see that we need both of these seem like they are likely to take our elections to a much tenser and frankly darker environment that they currently are, rather than they need to be.
Yeah, any other comments?
I think for the first one about independent candidates, that's fine. You're right, we don't have a party system yet, it needs to be voted by the student body. So elections vote will be amended next year. I think that with the first, about independent candidates, I think that etiquette way until the student body votes, whether that parties or not, that's fine. I do think with the second point, like denounce or condemn, I just feel like those words, like denounce or condemn, when you take it to it's a group, it's not the same as a policy disagreement. But if I could provide a definition for saying denounce or condemn, I mean, like if I, for example, if a student holds a position like, hey, like I don't think this person deserves to hold this position because of why reason, is that denouncing them? Like I just want a more specific definition of those terms, because I just feel like the language in there right now is too restrictive. And I agree with the sentiment. Like I don't think that like people should be able to, say, or do anything that hinges into abusive conduct or any type of, student conduct for sure. But it's just specifically that language of denounce or condemn that kind of focus.
Senator Lala?
I mean, the standard definition of denounce is to publicly declare to be wrong or evil, which seems to be pretty distinct from disagreeing with something. And I think if you look at the spirit of that clause, it seems to be directing us in this very helpful orientation of deal with the argument, not the man, essentially. Don't denounce, don't condemn, deal with the issues as they come. I will grant you, if this is what you're hinting at, that maybe past elections have not really focused on, challenging or drawing yourself in contrast to other candidates or previous elected officials policies or what they've done while in office. I don't know that it's because of this, though. I don't know if it's because they closely looked at the words and decided, oh my God, this would violate that. I think it's just either not thinking about them very thoroughly, or I don't know if it's played a role at all. So I don't know, weakening the standard, I think is a huge risk, and the words are not very strongly backed up by any evidence of previous elections.
Senator Iden?
Can I do a quick back and forth with David? So are these changes pertinent to this winter election?
Well, no, this is the elections code.
I understand.
So, like, once we amend this will be the code that will be followed for any elections going forward. So yes, future elections.
Okay, so but specifically these changes are candidates?
This specific change is under section 7, subsection C of campaign literature and materials. So I believe it's, yes, this section of the elections code is focused on individuals.
Okay, so I'm gonna just recommend that we table this discussion for another time, because we still have a closed session meeting, especially if it's not pertinent for the winter special election at this moment.
We do have to approve the elections code before the meeting ends, and I mean, I don't know, executive director, can we have the closed session next week? Like, can we have the closed session next week?
But I.
Is the election, it has to be approved by today's meeting?
No, for winter, because they're running a special election, they need to have the finalized.
But I thought no one was running.
No, but they just need a finalized code to be approved by the Senate, because there's a bunch of changes that they made to the table.
Senator Iden?
Okay, so let's just pass this as is, because it's gonna have no effect on the constitutional things we're voting on anyway. If we can make these changes for the spring election when it comes time back, if it's gonna make no impact on anything.
No,
else.
we can't further amend the election.
It's for the whole election.
Why can't we
Because they want to run the special election week 6 and it's week 4. So they want to code pass as soon as possible.
Order.
They,
Order. Senator Siddiqui, my bad.
I am their Senate liaison. I've been meeting with them every week. They've been wanting it to be passed since week 2. We should pass it.
Senator Iden?
Is there a specific clause in legal code that states that the election code cannot be edited after we once we pass it?
Senator Siddiqui?
That is a great question, Attorney General.
You reiterate the question.
Legal code is on the agenda, or sorry, elections code is on the agenda. We want to pass it so they can have election in winter. There are changes that we want to make that are for candidates for a spring election. Can we change the elections code after we pass it for the winter election? Following the path to
The relevant legal is affecting candidates. Other candidates running for their election. You have until week 2 of spring quarter. Or actually, week 9 of winter quarter, because candidates will start campaigning by 1 or 2 of spring quarter, and you don't want to change the rules on them while they're in the middle of campaign. So I would recommend week 9 of winter quarter deadline, unless elections quarter was sooner.
Senator Iden?
motion to pass elections code 24-25.
Okay, there's been a motion to pass the elections code of, Senate version of 24-25. Do I hear a second? Senator Siddiqui?
Second.
There's been a second. Do I hear a question? Senator Lanfroni?
Objection.
There's been an objection. Would you like to emphasize on your objection?
You just got, I think, a pretty reasonable suggestion to table this until for further discussion. I don't think that, is that what you're doing?
We have to pass this for winter election, and we can make changes up to week 9. So we have to pass it for the whole constitutional amendments election, and then we can make the changes week 9. So this discussion is running, there's nothing to do with the candidates.
This would be included to that.
There's no candidates right, so it's not. And we make it. No, it doesn't. There's no candidates.
I don't understand.
You rescind your objection? Okay, objection is not rescinded. Senator Corsanti?
I'm not understanding what you're not understanding. We're basically having, they want us to have is that when it is relevant for the discussion for the spring, we can bring up the discussion again.
Senator Lala.
I don't want these changes there in the first place. How it makes sense.
No, but the changes that you made aren't gonna be.
We are now in discussion.
Point of order.
Senator speaking. Okay.
So
Senator-
we've been doing this entirely wrong. When there's an objection to the question, we have to go to a vote to vote. We do not go back into discussion. If the vote fails, then we go back into discussion. If the vote proceeds, then we go into vote. So we're going into a vote to vote.
Does this?
You rescind your objection.
These are not.
No.
I rescind my.
Okay, okay, objection has been rescinded. So we are back to call to question. Senator Bryndison? Never mind.
Consent, just consent.
Consent, everyone
Consent.
consents. Okay, so seeing consent, motion passes. Right? Okay, sorry. Are there any objections to the consent? Seeing none, now the motion passes. Now we go into hand vote, right? Yes, okay, now we're going into a hand vote. Raise your hand for yes if you want to pass the motion. 1, 2,
I just wanna make sure, we're passing
as is. Yeah, of course, my bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We have 14 yes. Raise your hand, no. Okay, seeing 0 no's. Raise your hand abstention, raise your hand if you are abstaining. Seeing none, the motion passes. Nice. Maybe sorry, your online contacts are kind of bad. Okay, you're like fizzing in and out. Can't see everyone. Okay, Senator, yielding the chairship back to Senator Stuckey.
Okay, now entertaining motions on remaining items and action items. We need to approve the elections board schedule. Senator Iden,
Motion to approve the elections board.
been a motion to approve the elections board schedule, Senator Sandy, seconded by Senator Sandy, we're now in discussion. Senator Martinez, question has been called by Senator Martinez, are there any objections? Consent, hearing none, motion passes. We have done appointments, we have done minutes. Done, their business, action items. We do need to accept the agenda. Senator Kada, it's been a motion to accept the agenda by Senator Kada, Senator Iden.
Are we not doing closed session today? Thank you. So I'll rescind.
Motion has been rescinded. Okay, so now entertaining motions.
Closed session.
Executive Director, would you like to give more context on what the closed session is, so we can put the citation on the agenda, just a brief description without like revealing what it is.
Responding to the Senate's question.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I get it, I get it. I mean, we're way more specific in our notation. on the agenda, but, Senator Iden,
Okay, motion to enter into a closed session, to go into discussion with the executive director.
Senator Alcantara. Second by Senator Alcantara, we're now, in discussion, Senator, question has been called by Senator Amin, are there any objections? Are there any objections to consent? Hearing none, motion passes. Can you stop recording, please?
Yeah, I'll try. Wait. How do we stop recording this?
Can someone, Marissa, can you stop recording?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Hold on. I think because Holly left and it's her room. Wait. Oh, you know, it's the AI. Hold on.
Wait, that's right, hold on.
I have to get rid of the AI again.
We didn't say who was in closed session.
I yield the chairship to Senator Martinez.
Within the closed session.
Okay, Senator Siddiqui? Oh, wait,
Wait, can you rescind your motion?
Very fast.
But we didn't say
motion
this
to
is in the
leave
closed session.
I know. So just, we exited closed session, the chair exited us out of closed session.
we just exited out of closed session.
This looks so bad. I mean,
I'm sorry, Senator Iden.
we're not motion anyone else on and then just add it on later.
I think it's easier to just rescind.
We can't rescind it.
Does it pass?
Yeah,
Just say motion.
Motion reconsider.
okay.
Okay, yeah, motion to reconsider the previous motion.
There's been a motion to reconsider the previous motion by Senator Iden. Do I have a second? Senator Brenderson?
I would say my motion. That's gonna turn this into a vote, so, or a vote to reconsider, then we have to vote again.
We're in a vote.
Motion to exit closed session.
Okay, well then do you rescind your previous vote?
Yeah, or previous motion.
Okay, Senator Iden.
Motion to exit closed session.
Okay, there's been no motion to exit closed session by Senator Iden. Do I hear a second? Senator Brenderson? There's been a second. Do I hear, call the question? Sorry, Senator Lankarani. The question has been called. Do I hear an objection? Okay, no objection, motion passes.
We're not in closed session.
No, we just exited.
Yeah. Specify everyone, sorry.
Okay, Senator speaking.
Motion to enter a closed session at 12:09 AM, inviting all senators, the attorney general, all proxies, the executive director, and the minute takers to discuss the topic posed by the Senate at last week's meeting,
Okay, there's been a motion by Senator Siddiqui to enter a closed session with all the senators, the minute takers, all proxies. The attorney general and the executive director to discuss about what was discussed at the last Senate meeting. Do I get a second? Senator Brenderson? Okay, there's been a second. Do I hear a call question? Wait, second, yeah, call question. Senator Lankarani? Call question. The question has been called. Do you hear an objection? Okay, hearing none, the motion passes. We are now in a closed session. Everyone, please put away your electronic devices. Yeah, you can. You're good. Electronic devices, Rio, sorry. I will be yielding chairship back to Dan if he consents to it. No,
Yes.
you consent.
I do this.
Okay, the consent has been given.
Executive director.
All right, thank you. So, thank you for,
Oh, wait, we're still being recorded.
I'm not a host, so I can't kick people out. Are you all hosts?
Have an
Um,
idea.
What if we just leave the meeting?
let me see.
Yeah, and why don't we just end the Zoom stuff and start our own Zoom on their phone so everyone.
Oh, wait.
Without.
Or we can just give summaries to the
Wait, I removed it. I did it.
Executive director.
thank you.
Recording is stopped, but it still says it's streaming to Facebook, just so you guys are aware.
What?
Yeah, if you go up to the top right and see if you can stop the Facebook live stream.
Keep going, this, okay. Why does it don't work? Okay, top right, say top right over here. Okay. Stop.